the Phillies began this homestand hoping to turn things around here at Citizens Bank Park. Not so much in the first inning of game number one. Casey McGee's opposite field two-run double gave the Marlins a 2-0 lead, and then after that, Nate Eovaldi, who did give up some hard outs, he was on top of his game. His fastball was alive. That was in the first inning. That turned out to be a big play, but Eovaldi was down with his fastball. He was also around the plate with his breaking pitch. He was able to get the double plays when he needed to, even after Roberto Hernandez was able to get his first major league hit. So the Marlins won game one. Game two, opposite story. Marlon Byrd gets the scoring rolling for the Phils in the first inning. They jumped out to the early lead, and David Buchanan fought the command of his fastball throughout his entire 5 innings, but still kept the Phillies ahead of the Marlins. And while he did that, his offense was able to tack on some additional runs, so that helped the Phils walk away with the victories. Cody Ashley was the hitting star in game number 2. He has been swinging the bat very well since coming off the DL. Game 3, A.J. Burnett continued to pitch well for the Phillies. He used a very good changeup. He used a good curveball, but Henderson Alvarez was just a little bit better. A.J. Burnett to Marcell Ozuna. This was the turning point of the game. A ball that should have been caught by Dominic Brown. It went over his head. 1 run scored on that particular play, but then Jared Saltalamacchia followed with a line drive double to left center field. That drove in a couple more, and the Marlins were on their way to a 3-2 victory as Steve Cishek came in and closed the door. First time in his career that he struck out the side in a save situation, as he did in the 9th inning. So far, the Marlins have the upper hand. They've taken 2 of the first 3 against the Phils in this series. Tonight, game 4 from Citizens Bank Park. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Matt Stairs. All right, so the beginning of the series, the Phillies talked about turning things around here at home. It hasn't necessarily happened, but they have a chance to split the series if they're able to get their offense rolling tonight.
Well, and that's the big thing, is they need to get the offense rolling. And when they're going well, they don't put a lot of pressure on themselves when they're guys in scoring position. Thing is here, last 6 games they've hit 2 home runs. I can deal with not hitting a lot of home runs, but it's the power numbers of hitting the gaps for doubles, driving the big runs in, and not trying to do too much with guys in scoring position. Man on third base, all you want to do is hit the ball back up the middle. Take the out. Let the guy behind you pick you up. But right now it seems like they're pressing a little bit. They're swinging at bad pitches. They're popping balls up. They're getting pitches to drive like Mike Schmidt earlier in the year. Get that fastball and drive it, and they're missing it right now.
Yeah, I think you're like a lot of people. You're kind of befuddled about how the Phillies will turn things around. Well, one way to turn things around is to keep Giancarlo Stanton in the ballpark. The Phillies have done that so far in this series. He's had a decent series, and this guy is just a rising star.
Well, the thing that impressed me so much is that he's tall, he's got the leverage, he has a very short swing. But the thing I really look for in a power hitter is that his barrel of his bat goes to the zone so long that he allows to hit the ball to right field, up the middle, to left field with power, with an easy swing. He doesn't overswing. He takes a nice easy swing, and he squares the ball up every time. And when you have a power hitter who is very strong and his bat stays to the zone as long as his does, that's why he puts up unbelievable numbers.
All right, now have you seen a guy in baseball this year that hits the ball as hard as he does?
On a consistent basis, no. This guy, every time he's in the batter's box, he scares me. I think he's going to hit the ball either off the scoreboard, right field, center field, over the batter's eye. It doesn't matter, because when he gets in that comfort zone, there's nothing that phases him, and there's not a pitch in baseball that he can't hit right now. That's why I like seeing the fastballs in, keep him off the home plate, keep him off balance, and then try to throw the sliders away.
All right, Cole Hamels, he has that task tonight for the Phillies as they look to win the final game of this 4-game series. Tom Kohler, the right-hander, will get the nod for the Marlins. He'll be making his 16th start of the season. And, of course, Hamels, well, we'll talk about his numbers. They have been unbelievable over his last 8-9 games. In fact, just about this entire year. It's a shame that he doesn't have more wins, but he certainly has kept the Phils within reach. Lineups at first pitch when we return. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Toyota. Where will Toyota take you? Visit buyatoyota.com to find out. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank, introducing One Deposit Checking. Keeping things simple is helping you bank better. By Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And by Independence Blue Cross, the most preferred health plan in the region. Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Phillies welcome in the Atlanta Braves for a 4-game set this weekend. Marlins won last night. They're wearing the same uniform tops they did last night. Let's take a look at their lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Jake Marisnick leads off in center field. Ed Lucas bats second. Giancarlo Stanton at third, followed by Casey McGee and Marcell Ozuna. Jeff Baker's over at first base. He'll bat sixth. In the bottom third of Jared Saltalamacchia, Donovan Solano, and Tom Kohler. And they'll face Phillies left-hander Cole Hamels. Matt, you'll be hard-pressed to find a better pitcher over the last month or so than Hamels, even though his win-loss record doesn't show it.
Well, yeah, ever since May 7th, his ERA is a 1.66 ERA. He's just going out. He's pounding the strike zone. He's thrown all of his pitches for strikes. And what you're going to see tonight in feature, of course, is the 90 to 93 mile an hour fastball. He hasn't been throwing the curveball as much, but I guess when your cutter and your changeup and your fastball are that good right now, you don't have to worry about it.
Well, lifetime he's 9-12 against the Marlins. And he'll face Jake Marisnick to start it off. He has not faced Marisnick at all. Marisnick overall hitting 162 with no homers. He is 0 for 13 in this series with 3 strikeouts. First pitch is outside. We're underway. 1 ball and no strikes. Phillies begin play tonight. 7 games under 500, 6 games back in the East. The Marlins, meanwhile, right at 500 at 39-39. They're 2.5 games off the pace. Behind the Washington Nationals. The Nationals play later on in Chicago against the Cubs. How good of a job has Mike Redmond done? Well, the Marlins did not get their 39th win until July 26th last year, and they were 39-62. Now on June 26th, they're 39-39.
That couldn't have been a very fun year last year. Learning process. Probably thinking, okay, what did I get myself into?
1-2 pitch inside, 2-2.
How long am I going to last as a manager?
I think that's the part. You know, you take your first managerial job in the big leagues and you wonder, oh man, I'm not going to be here that long. In the dirt, 3-2. Hamels just took a peek at the mound. Ed Lucas is the on-deck hitter. He's been batting 8th for the first 3 games of this series. Three balls and 2 strikes to Marisnick. Play over the first base dugout. Hamels during this month of June is 1-1 with an earned run average of 0.73. 3 earned runs in 37 innings of work. And it wasn't, just 1 start or 2 starts. Every start he was in control. He gets Marisnick out front. Mayberry makes the catch. 1 away.
Well, the Nissan keys to the game today is runs early and often for Hamels. Get him some support, and the offense has to do have a better approach with runners in scoring position.
Absolutely. That number that we showed during the outset of tonight's telecast with runners in scoring position on this homestand alone has been just mind-boggling. Ed Lucas is 2 for 12 in this series for the Marlins, and he swings at the first pitch. It's 0-1. Lucas overall hitting .252, 1 home run, 5 runs batted in. Nice little breeze coming in from center field right now. 0-2. Conditions today were, well, it was warm. Cloud cover for a lot of the day. 87 degrees at game time, partly cloudy. Although there's less clouds now than there was earlier today. 0-2 pitch. Breaking ball just missed inside. 1-2. Hamels has gone at least 7 innings in 9 consecutive starts. His earned run average during that time is 1.66. The batting average against is 201. And pitches like that is what has given him such an advantage, not only this year, but during the course of his career. That changeup. Now there are 2 outs, first strikeout.
Well, and that's what makes it so hard. He's got the circle change right there, and he gets on top of it. And he threw the fastball away. The previous pitch comes back almost the same location with the circle change, and that's why you see a lot of guys out in front because they're gearing up for the fastball.
Here's Stanton. Stanton's 5 for 11 in the series so far. And again, they bear him down inside. They've been doing it a lot in this series. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. Overall hitting .307, 20 home runs, tops in the National League, 58 runs batted in, tops in the National League. Broke his bat, ground ball to third. It's the best pitch they've made against him, or one of them in this series. 5-3 on the putout, a 14-pitch first inning for Cole Hamels. So a nice way to start. Let's see if the offense can do the same with some runs at the bottom of the first. Second, Chase Utley bats third, followed by Ryan Howard and Marlon Byrd. Cody Ashley's over at third base. He'll bat sixth. Carlos Ruiz drops the 7 hole. They'll do the catching, of course. John Mayberry bats 8th. Batting 9th and pitching is Cole Hamels. And they will face 27-year-old right-hander Tom Kohler. Tom Kohler has worked his tail off to get up to the big leagues. He was an 18th round selection out of Stony Brook on Long Island, making his 16th start of the year. Not bad. 3.74 earned run average. He's not a strikeout pitcher.
No, he's not. And it's kind of surprising because he has a very good fastball. His problem is just commanding it, man. He throws up to 95 miles an hour. Curveball, slider, and change. But you're going to see the majority of his pitches that he enjoys throwing the curveball. He enjoys the slider. Doesn't throw the changeup a whole lot. And as you can see, 7 2/3 innings, he's given up 7 earned runs versus the Phillies.
Yeah, one of those games was a start. The other 2 were a relief appearance. Well, Ben Revere will lead things off. Ben is 4 for his last 32, and you see 2 for his last 22. His average is at .270 with a home run and 9 runs batted in. Ryan Sandberg tried Jimmy Rollins in the leadoff spot. And now he's going to try again to put Revere with the righty on the mound in the leadoff spot. Rollins has had a good series. Revere is just 1 for 10 in the series for Ryan Sandberg. 1 ball and 1 strike. Kohler lifetime is 10-17 in the big leagues. That includes his 5 wins this year. Fly ball out toward left field. Ozuna out of the sunshine into the shade, makes the catch, and there's 1 away. So an F7 after being ahead. 2 balls and 1 strike. That'll bring Rollins to the plate. 5 hits Rollins has in the series. One of those hits is an extra base hit. It's a double. There's some Phillies that are really struggling against the Marlins here in 2014. And then there's Jimmy Rollins, who's hitting over 400 against them. Check swing. Oh, he went around, says Brian Gorman. No chirping from Rollins, so he must have done it. Gorman's the crew chief. Tony Randazzo's at first. David Rackley at second. Jim Wolf is around at third. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Eleonora Radcliffe of Mays Landing. Phillies hit a home run at today's ball game, then Eleonora will win $200. Breaking ball, 1-2. That's a good curveball right there.
It is, and that's the report. The scouting report on him is he doesn't throw it a lot, which I don't understand why, because opponents are hitting 192 versus his curveball.
Last outing, he wound up going 7 innings. He allowed 2 runs, struck out 8 against the Mets. He wound up losing that ball game 4-0. He hasn't reached 100 pitches in any of his games here in the month of June. He's gone 5 innings, 1, 6 in the third, 6 innings, and then 7. Inside, 2-2. Fly ball to left field. Another easy play for Marcell Ozuna. And there are 2 outs. And that'll bring Chase Utley to the plate.
I got to believe that the Phillies have helped out Ozuna with his fielding percentage with all the fly balls we have hit the left field.
There have been a lot of them. There was the 1 inning last night where all 3 outs went to Ozuna in left field. And he's almost there again. He'll go back to center field when Yelich gets back off the DL. Yelich is on the DL with a bad back. Chase Utley, 6 hits away from 1,500 for his career, takes a strike. It's 0-1. Chase has only 1 hit in 10 at bats during this series. His average at .293. Out toward right. It's not that deep. Stanton is there. And he comes in a few steps over to his left side. Is retired. 3 fly ball outs. 12 pitches for Kohler on a beautiful night. A great time to take a stroll along Ashburn Alley as we go to the second. Find us out in the stands, out in center field. Jamie will be back with us, be able to soak in what's left of the sun as the game moves on, and also the ambiance of the crowd. This is where we will be. This is a shot from our area. It's going to be pretty cool. I was out there today watching a little batting practice for about a half hour, just taking a look at some of the pitches that were being thrown in. So if you're in the area, if you come to the ball game tomorrow, stop over, say hi. Casey McGee will lead it off. 1 ball and no strikes to McGee. McGee hitting .311 with a home run and 47 runs batted in. 1 ball and 1 strike. The hardworking folks here at Citizens Bank Park are going to transform that area to a spot where we can sit, have our scorebooks, all that stuff, some monitors, all to take in the ball game. As Cody Ashley takes care of Casey McGee, 1 out here in the second.
It's going to be a very interesting view right in here watching the game. It's actually, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I was out there today, and you can see just about everything. You know, home plate, you have a great view of where the pitches are coming in, what kind of pitches they are. Velocity is going to be a little interesting to start off. But you got Julio Teheran, who throws a lot of fastballs, who's going to be pitching for the Atlanta Braves. As Ozuna fights one off down the right field line, out of play. And Kyle Kendrick throwing for the Phils.
You bringing a glove?
I am going to bring a glove. I have one in my truck all the time, but I am going to bring it in.
Good. I don't have to bring. Oh, I didn't have one anymore, I don't think.
How do you not have a glove? You just finished playing last year for a men's league.
DH.
Oh. You don't need a glove. 1 ball and 1 strike to Marcell Ozuna, who's 3 for 12 in the series. And a liner to center field. Ben Revere dives and he makes the catch. Ball hung up there nicely for Ben, and he left his feet at the last moment to put it away. 2 outs here in the second. Well, we'll have a perfect view of that tomorrow.
Yes, we will. And that ball, we have actually a perfect view from here. He kind of got a little late jump, but the ball hung up a little bit. When in doubt, he dove and made the nice catch. With the concentration, eyes open, which is a good thing. And the Canadian judge gives him a 10 for the landing.
It was a good landing. With 2 outs, Jeff Baker making the start, takes strike 1. Baker overall hitting .208. A couple home runs, 12 runs batted, and he's 0 for 1 in the series. Doesn't matter if he's with the Braves, I should say the Cubs, or the Marlins. He has hit the Phillies well, or the Rockies. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good change up, 1-2. And a called strike 3. Dropped the curveball in on him. Second strikeout of the night for Hamels. Nothing across for the Marlins. 6 up, 6 down. Well, you mentioned, Matt, that he hasn't thrown many of those leading up to this start. He's thrown a couple good ones, including that one right there to freeze Jeff Baker. And we'll go to the bottom of the second. Fireworks show. Saturday is a day-night doubleheader. Game 1 is at 2:05. Game 2 at 7:15. Also, the Xfinity Fireworks show post-game. Sunday, 1:35 first pitch. All fans 14 and under receive the Rothman Institute Dominic Brown replica jersey. Go to Phillies.com to purchase your tickets right now. Go to the bottom of the second. Ryan Howard, Marlon Byrd, Cody Ashe, 4, 5, and 6. Against Tom Kohler. Howard is 1 for 2 lifetime against Kohler. I mentioned the Phillies have only faced him 3 times. Fastball in there. It's 0-1. We don't see the Marlins on an everyday basis, but they say, as far as Kohler's concerned, that he is the perfect number 4 or 5 starter for a rotation. As part of that makes sense, considering they have Fernandez, they have Henderson Alvarez, who pitched last night. Fernandez when he's healthy. They have Evaldi, and they hope they have a couple of other young kids that they could put into the mix, but a guy that throws 94, 95 as your 4th or 5th starter and throws strikes. It's not a bad piece to have.
Safe to say that I would take that.
Yeah. Henderson Alvarez, you see him there. He pitched last night.
Everyone on the Marlins pitching staff throws hard. It's a matter of commanding it.
That one's off the hand, spinning toward the middle, knocked down. And then picked up by McGee, and Howard's safe at first. Lucas knocked it down. McGee picked it up, and Ryan hustling the whole way, gets a base hit. I think it is a base hit.
That would have been an interesting way to turn a force out, but knocks the ball down, and Ryan Howard hustles to first base and just gets another infield knock. Look at him go. Picking it up, put him down. Give the safe sign.
He was moving pretty good. I mean, I know Ryan doesn't run all that well anymore, but he wasn't running. Sometimes he does run still with a little bit of a limp. He didn't have a really big gait as he was going up the line there. Marlon Byrd takes outside. It's 1-0. By the way, if they would have made that play, that would have been the unheralded and the least obvious 6-5-3 put out. Bird 4 for 12 in the series. He has a 2-run home run. Outside, 2-0.
Well, I've been on the other end of a 4-6-3 put out with the second baseman going up, flipping to the shortstop. Oh yeah, and throwing me out by a mile.
Not because he was going for second first.
No,
he just
because the ball was going that way. Boys, you feel slow when that happens.
Yeah, I guess you would, but
but it happens.
It happens. 2-1. I congratulated Roberto Hernandez yesterday on his first major league hit, and then I smiled a little bit. I said, although, you know, Stanton had a chance to throw you out at first base, and he just smiled also. 2 balls, 1 strike to Marlon Byrd. That ball got a piece of the bat. It's a foul ball, 2-2. Chopper left side. Lucas has it. Flips to second for 1. That's all they'll get. Yeah, there's 1 away. 6-4 in the put out of fielder's choice. Get all your Phillies sports news and scores when you're on the go. Be the first to know breaking news like who the Sixers are going to pick with the 3rd pick overall in the first rounds. You can do that right from your smartphone. Download the free CSN Phillies Sports app today. I believe Adam Silver, the commissioner of the National Basketball Association, is going to the podium for the first time as we speak. I don't know if he's giving instructions or if he's going to announce who the Cavaliers are taking with their first pick. But we'll keep you up to date also. Bird with a short lead. Cody Asche 4 for 11 in the series. His average at .266, 4 home runs, 23 runs batted in. You project that over a 162 game season. People always wondered, well, will Cody Asche hit enough to be the Phillies' everyday third baseman? If you just project his numbers through 162 games, it's not a bad year for a third baseman for the Phils. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
And he's going to get better.
And he's going to get better.
He's going to learn how to certain counts. You're going to cheat on pitches and elevate, or you're going to learn the leg, and that's just. He's having a solid. This year's been a solid number so far.
And unlike a lot of other guys, he's hit well here at Citizens Bank Park. No balls, 2 strikes to Asche. Swing and a miss. Good breaking pitch. 2 outs. First strikeout for Kohler. On the Toyota Major League Scoreboard, a little day baseball today in Houston, where the Astros defeated the Braves 6-1. Matt Dominguez, a 3-run home run. So as play begins tonight, the Braves find themselves a game and a half behind the Nationals. Braves are in second place, and they're a game ahead of the Marlins, who are in third. Carlos Ruiz 0 for his last 15. Carlos is also 2 for 26 this year against the Marlins. Carlos knows what he's doing right now as far as the slump goes. We talk about this often with Carlos, and Matt, I know you've talked about it this year. You were his teammate, you saw it. It is noticeable when Carlos is struggling what he's doing wrong.
It is, and it all has to do with his back elbow. When he has his elbow down where it is right now, it's good, but the last while he's been getting his elbow up straight, and what happens is that when that elbow gets up too high, the bat angle gets at a bad area. So if I have my elbow here, now when I take my hands back, it's fine. But when I have my elbow up high, the bat angle gets so hard, the only way to get out of it is a loop to get out of it. And that's what he's doing right now. And he realizes it. And he's trying to figure out that's why he's hitting a lot of fly balls right now.
Well, that's an easy fly ball out towards Stanton, and he makes the catch, and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. A lot of times it's a work in progress to try to get yourself out of a slump. We'll go to the third. Giancarlo Stanton is the fastest Marlin to reach 100 career home runs. It took 400 games. Who is the second fastest? The future slugger right there. That's Nicky, in case you're wondering that. I think Nicky's just figuring it all out right now. He's seeing a lot around, and he's figuring, I got these shoes. A month ago, I wasn't doing this. I'm ready to roll. Jared Saltalamacchia will start it off for the Marlins. He's caught all 4 games so far. Switch hitter hitting .246 with 6 home runs. First pitch is outside. It's 1-0. Saltalamacchia has 3 hits and 8 career at bats against Tamils. 2-0. Cole is not happy with that location. During these last 9 games, when Hamels has been 7 innings or more, his earned run average is the best in Major League Baseball. Well, his earned run average is going to be hurt after this one. That is a long home run by Jared Saltalamacchia. A 3-1 pitch, and he didn't miss it. His 7th of the year. It's 1-0 Marlins. It's only the 5th home run. 5 home runs that Hamels has allowed this year.
Yeah, he did. This is a 3-1 fastball down the middle of the plate, and gets his hands extended, and as soon as he threw it, Hamels wasn't very happy.
Now that'll bring Donovan Solano to the plate, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Hamels is still upset about that home run.
Let it go. It's over with.
First home run for Saltalamacchia since the 2nd of May. I think that's pretty basic but sound advice. Just let it go.
It's going to happen.
Well, you know better than I do, and if you stew about it, it might happen again because you had all these different thoughts rolling around your head. Inside with a cutter. It's 2-2. Hot shot, diving, stopped by Utley on 1 hop. He pops right up and throws out Solano. 1 away. Excellent play by Chase. He started just a hair to his right and then had to pop back to his left.
Yeah, and we see all this play yesterday, but it was to his right on his backhand diving play. This time he shows his range to his left and makes a fine play deep in the hole at second base.
That'll bring Kohler to the plate. 2 for 23 on the year. Fastball in there. 0-1. One ball and 1 strike to Kohler. Low ball 2, and now 2-1. Kohler has 5 hits in his career, 5 for 63. Off the end of the bat, picked up by Howard. Hamels a little late getting off the mound, but still has plenty of time getting over. 3-1 on the putout, 2 away. Well, it's time now for our Geico quote of the day, and Hamels on the Phil's record in the starts. I have a lot of faith in the guys. They do want to win, and I can tell you they want to win when I pitch. They say it, and they let me know after the games or a couple days later. They want to win. It's just not turning out. And that's why his record's a 2-4, despite the fact his earned run average is a 2.77. And he's averaging, Murph, a little more than a strikeout per inning pitched. He certainly has pitched well beyond his win-loss records.
Well, you said it best, Tom. He was 1.66 ERA in his last 9 starts. The Phillies are 4-5 in those games, and Cole is 2-2 as a starter. Those numbers just simply don't add up. After his last start in St. Louis, the frustration level boiled over. He didn't want to talk to reporters after that game, but he did, calm down the next day and had a sit down with Jim Salisbury from CSNPhilly.com. A very interesting column that Jim wrote about Cole, and Cole admitted, yes, it's frustrating. It's difficult to go out there and pitch as well as we pitched, or I've pitched, and not have something to show for it. You want to get W's next to your name, and he said, and more importantly, you want to get W's next to the team's name, and neither of those are happening. But he reiterated what he has said before. All he can do is go out there and do his job, go out there and give the team a chance to win, and that's what he plans on doing each time out there. Certainly he has pitched well enough to win many, many more ball games this year. Yeah,
and I do think that with the way the offense has struggled, particularly here at home, with the starters, they feel like they're down 1-0. They're wondering, all right, is that going to be it? And I do think that there is something to that. Don't you agree, Matt?
No, I agree, and that's. But I think that what happens is when you know the offense isn't scoring runs, and you have to be fine with every pitch that you throw, and I think that's the reason why the home run earlier that Sultan Lamaki hit, he showed emotions because he knows when he's on the mound, especially when he's on the mound, he doesn't get a lot of run support. So.
Line drive into right center field for Marisnick. That's his first hit of the series. He had been 0 for his last 14. Second hit of this inning. So a base runner here in the third.
And guys, to just finish that thought, it ties back into something that we had been talking about a lot on the road trip. And then when the Phils first came home on this homestand, Ryan Sandberg pointed out that this team, when they score early, they are just a different kind of team for the rest of that ball game for obvious reasons. Pitchers are able to pitch a little bit differently. There's a little bit of a hop in their step because they're feeling confident. But on the flip side, when they fall behind, it seems that it does take the wind out of their sails very often.
Yeah. Runner goes. Pitch is taken on the inside corner. The throw by Ruiz is not in time. And he stole that base on Cole because he got an excellent jump. Marisnick now 5 for 5 with stolen bases, and it's no balls and 1 strike to Ed Lucas.
Yeah, Tom, you're very right on. He stole this off of Cole. Great jump on first move. Chooch really had no chance of throwing him out at second base.
And Carlos was cheating a little bit too. He got up a little bit in front of the plate to make that toss. 0-2, a changeup to Lucas. He got him on strikes his first time up.
Now, also what it does is when you allow the other team to score first, it changes your approach as a hitter. Now, you might have been thinking, okay, I'm going to go out and be aggressive this at bat, or this first time around I'm going to be aggressive. But when you find that yourself behind a couple of runs, your approach changes, and it changes the outcome of a game.
There's a line drive caught by Jimmy Rollins. He snow-coned it, and he hung on as he stumbled to the grass to the side. He's retired. Great reactions by Rollins to cut that one off the bat of Ed Lucas. He hit it right on the nose, and Rollins was there to hold on. A little snow cone action as we wrap up the top of the third. Jeff now for an appointment. By Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. And by Toyota, where will Toyota take you? Visit buyatoyota.com or log on to Toyota first. Bottom of the third, it's 1-0 Marlins on top. Maybe we can get some of that delivered tomorrow, Matt. We're going to be out there. Get some chicken, get some dogs, some sausage. I told Bull today we're going to be out there. I said, hey, just so you know, we're only going to be about a football field away from where, well, maybe a football field and a half from where your stand is. He went, really? He goes, huh. I said, free publicity.
Did you get the hint?
I think he did.
Good.
Not that he needs any free publicity. His stand is always mobbed. Here's John Mayberry to lead it off in the third. He takes a strike. It's 0-1. Mayberry 229, 5 homers, 20 runs batted in. Hitting 8th. He'll be followed by Hamels. Ground ball foul. Mayberry has 2 at-bats against Kohler. Dominic Brown, who Mayberry's playing for tonight in left field, was out taking a lot of extra batting practice again today. Ryan Sandberg said that he had a talk with Dominic Brown. He acknowledged what we've talked about, that Dominic just has habitually incorporated an uppercut into his swing, and he needs to get rid of the uppercut. And they're hoping that with some extra BP, he'll be able to do that. Get back to the way he was swinging last May. Hard to get out of that kind of habit, though.
I mean, it really is. And we talked about trying to drive down through the ball and stay away. Everyone's going to have an uppercut. His is more of a loop swing with an uppercut finish, and it has to do with a lot of stuff. Has to do with the back hand, the back shoulder, your first movement, what you're doing with your front shoulder. I mean, it's. But you're right, and a way to simplify it is take the toe tap away, go to a wider stance, less movement. There's a lot of different things you can work on, and yeah, he's been working a lot on it. But is he working on the right things in batting practice?
Right.
Have them film you while you're taking batting practice. Many times I've called up the truck and said, hey, will you film my early BP so I can watch it? Bring out a camera and set on one area where you want to watch. Chooch the same way. Just watch my shoulders. It's great that he's out there working and taking a lot of extra hitting. But as long as he's working on the right things, then it's a plus.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Mayberry, and he fouls it back to our right. And it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Some guy went reaching for the ball up in the Hall of Fame club, and I think he almost knocked his girlfriend out. This will be the 8th pitch of this at-bat coming to Mayberry. Swing and a miss. Second strikeout. Saturday, July 12th, when the Phillies take on the Washington Nationals. All fans 14 and under will receive the Fanatic Beach Towel, compliments of SEPTA. Go to Phillies.com to purchase your tickets. Now that is an outstanding giveaway. The National Series is a 3-game set, wraps up on Sunday the 13th. Tumbler given out. Hamels sends one in the air to deep left field. Ozuna's going back and just tracks it down. Third put out for Ozuna. Sounded like he may have gotten it toward the end of the bat a little bit. Not a bad swing by Cole. Well, there are 2 outs.
Had a nice little chat / joking with Cole the other day, and we had the hit and run on in St. Louis. He says he's 3 for 3 in his career on hit and runs.
Really?
He says, managers knows I can control the barrel. Like, okay.
I think it's great that he knew what he was.
Yeah.
And Revere 0 for 1. Outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Kohler's only allowed the infield hit to Ryan Howard. Back toward the middle. Looked like that grazed Kohler a little bit. Into center field, a base hit. So Revere's aboard, a 2-out single. I don't know if it hit the glove or it hit his back. It hit something as it went back. I think. Casey McGee just asked Kohler if he was all right.
I think it nicks something coming back because he drives that ball right back. It hit his glove.
Yeah.
Hit his glove. Now that would have sucked if he would have caught that.
Yes, Matt. Yes, it would have.
I would have.
It would have been all over the highlight reels, though. Jimmy Rollins is the batter. He fly to left his first time up. Breaking ball crossed up Saltalamacchia, but it drops in. It's 0-1. In the air to right center field. Marisnik on the run out toward the alley. It's going to die in his glove, and the side is retired. He hit that one toward the end of the bat, but he gave it a good ride. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left. We've played 3. Marlins lead by 1. Only get a Dymo LM160 label maker for just $9.99. Visit WBMason.com and order yours now while supplies last. Top of the 4th, it's 1-0 Marlins on top. Matt, either you're still thinking about the trivia question or you want a Dymo label maker.
I was actually watching the Jumbotron, watching the people up there dancing, and I'm still thinking about the trivia question.
So you don't want a label maker? Just $9.99.
No, I'm good.
I think we could use a label maker in the office. Here's Giancarlo Stanton. Stanton, first time up, grounded out to third. Outside, 2-0. strike off the glove of Carlos Ruiz. I don't think Stanton liked that call. I don't think Hamels liked the previous call. So everything's even. 3-1. Throw him a change up, and it's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Ripped to left, and it is gone. A laser off the bat of Giancarlo Stanton, his 21st home run. It's 2-0 Marlins on top. I don't think there's anybody in the league that hits the ball harder than them. I really don't. I mean, that ball got out of here in a second.
And this is the third consecutive changeup. He threw him a 3-0 changeup, 3-1, 3-2. He made the adjustment, and like you said, Tom, he hits the ball, and when he hits a solid, it's gone. I mean, there's a drive gone. That's pretty much the call right there.
First home run of the series for Stanton. Casey McGee takes a little high. It's 1 ball and no strikes. McGee grounded out to Ashley his first time up. I don't know what the average is as far as home runs go, but we just ran that home run back in the production cavity in less than 3.5 seconds from bat to seats. Over to third, past the diving Ashley into left field, a base hit for Casey McGee. And that'll bring Marcell Ozuna to the plate. He lined out to Revere. It's time now for our cold hard fact, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, and it comes with Casey McGee, who's now hit in 17 straight road games, hitting .429 with 11 RBIs during that stretch. During the streak, he has the second highest road average in baseball, next to Mike Trout. Ozuna takes a strike.
Seen a lot more changeups tonight. It seems like from Cole. I'm not sure if it's because he's having a hard time early so far of spotting his fastball, but I mean, he's throwing a lot of changeups. Start mixing that curveball in once in a while.
Well, there you go, another changeup. I guess that was the curve. Usually his curveball is in the 70s. That one at 81 miles an hour, a little lighter than his changeup. So the first out of the inning is a strikeout. It's his third strikeout overall.
And this is why the league is hitting 130, because he can surprise them, and it's a very good curveball. He can throw it for strikes. He can throw it down and then and get the hitters to swing over it. So if your fastball's not working, you'll start moving your changeup and your curveball in.
Throw over to first. McGee back without a tag. Yeah, you are right, though. It's kind of gone against what he normally does, which is establish that fastball, like most pitchers. But really, the first couple innings just throw fastball after fastball. Maybe it's something with the Marlins. Maybe there's some kind of style that they're trying to avoid. Late on that fastball at 93. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Baker.
gotta believe as a pitcher, it can't be a good feeling to be on the mound and knowing that one of your best pitches, your fastball, you're having a hard time to locate it. How long do you throw, or what do you do to get out of that?
It's a good question. I guess you keep throwing changeups like that. 4 strikeouts for Hamels, but it is true. Friday night at 5, Sixers insiders will break down the NBA draft and what it means for the future of the Sixers on Philly Sports Talk, presented by Comcast Business. Friday night at 5 on Comcast Sportsnet. Sixers in their first pick selected Joel Embiid out of Kansas. Embiid was the 3rd pick overall, of course. Andrew Wiggins was first. Jabari Parker was second. Most people had him as number 1 overall until the stress fracture.
Who was number 1?
Andrew Wiggins out of Canada. Second Canadian-born player to go number 1. Anthony Bennett went number 1 last year, and I don't want to rain on your parade, but so far that has not worked out.
Early.
Yeah. Those Canadians, they develop later on. No balls and 1 strike to Saltalamacchia. His home run went 395 feet his first time up. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Aaron Gordon went 4th, and Dante Exum was just selected by the Utah Jazz. He's the Australian-born point guard. No balls and 2 strikes to Saltalamacchia. Swing and a miss. He got him with a curveball. 5 strikeouts overall for Hamels. He got 3 in this inning. However, the Marlins add to their lead. Giancarlo Stanton hit a bullet out of the yard. It was his 21st home run of the year, and as we go to the bottom of the 4th, the Marlins lead it 2-0. Your local Delaware Valley Honda dealer or shophonda.com. Buy McDonald's. Any size hot or iced coffee is just $1. McDonald's. I'm loving it. And buy Chevrolet. Visit your local dealer at chevydealer.com. Well, if you ever wondered what it looked like to sit up on the 3rd level here at Citizens Bank Park and take a look at what's going on from left field, that was it right there. Beautiful night. Perfect night to sit back and enjoy a ball game. And tomorrow we'll also be out in the seats. You can join me, Matt, Jamie, out in the outfield. You do have to believe. Announcers in the outfield. We're going to be sitting in just to the left of the 409 sign, just above the State Farm billboard, right out there, just below Ashburn Alley. Plenty of food, plenty of drinks, plenty of Padres fan. Padres fan. You guys wearing an old school Padres jersey out there.
I bet it's number 19 too.
Good point. Chase Utley will lead it off here at the bottom of the fourth. Utley is 0 for 1. He flied to right his first time up. 1 ball and no strikes to Chase. Chase squared up a couple baseballs in last night's game. And that one is ripped to right, and that's in for a base hit. Second or third hit, I should say, of the night for the Phillies, and the leadoff batter's aboard for the second time. You know, we talk about the struggles offensively. This is one of those struggles. Is the Phillies getting the leadoff batter aboard and not being able to really do a whole lot with that batter.
Yeah, and we're getting to first. Guys getting on first base. I mean, maybe they have to start doing the hit and runs. Maybe they got to do sacrifice bunts, be more aggressive on the base paths. But we got to find a way. The Phillies need to find a way to get runners in motion and start putting up some cricket numbers instead of waiting for that one big inning to score 2-3 and then that's it.
Keep thinking that the law of averages are going to even out. They have to, don't they? Phillies 17-23 here at Citizens Bank Park. Struggles go even beyond that, though. You just look statistically, not at the pitching, but at the offense. 1 ball and 1 strike to Howard.
I think this is where what's been somewhat of a problem is getting in ahead in the count 2-1, 3-1, but not putting aggressive swings on. And even if it's a little bit outside, they're still taking the swings at it instead of zoning in your area and trying to square it up.
Like that.
Yeah, like, that's not a pitch. If you're a fastball hitter, you sit fastball until 2 strikes. Then you make the adjustment. If you're a good off-speed hitter, you battle and try to foul off the fastballs. But you can't open up the strike zone and hit every pitch. It's just not going to happen for a guy that throws 94 miles an hour and a very good curveball and a slider. Pick one.
That one is broken bat roller left side, and Ryan Howard's going to get a base hit out of it.
Second infield knock.
Yeah, he's moving up on the charts. 2 on, nobody out. Marlon Bird's coming up.
I mean, this is just he pulled an Ichiro. He hit it straight down, and this is another infield. Smart hitting, that's what it is.
That ball was really deep.
It is, and it's amazing what you do when you put the ball in play with 2 strikes. But the point I was making earlier, it's easier said than done. It really is. But the thought process is easy. Now you just got to put together a good swing on that area.
Marlon Bird had a fielder's choice his last time up. Phillies down 2-0. Ball, no strikes.
So now that's a good take because that's a pitcher's pitch just off the plate. Now you're back in the hitter's count. Where we've seen guys take that swing and hit a weak fly ball or somewhere else, swing at the pitcher's pitch. Wait and be patient. Put the pressure on the pitcher.
Popped him up. Midfield fly roll has been called. The base runners go back. 1 out. see if Cody Ashe can produce with runners on first and second and one down here in the bottom of the fourth. This is the first batter of the Phillies, or first base runner of the Phillies, have gotten into scoring position. 7 fly ball outs. Runners lead off first and second. And a line drive, base hit it to right field. Utley will stop at third. The throw by Stanton cut off by Baker. Bases loaded for Carlos Ruiz. Oh, it's now time for you to tweet your photo using hashtag PhillyFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown in an upcoming game broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. No choice at all for Pete Buchanan than to put the stop sign up. You've got arguably the best right field arm. I say arguably because you could throw Puig in there too, and I'm sure others, and with Giancarlo Stanton. Ball was hit pretty hard. So now Carlos Ruiz with the bases loaded. Threw him a breaking ball. It's 0-1. A good slider by Kohler to start the at bat. In the air to left center field. Ozuna will settle under it. Utley will tag from third. Ozuna's got a great arm. The throw, though, will go to third. And the Phillies are on the board. A sac fly by Carlos Ruiz. It's a 2-1 ball game.
Well, baby steps. That's what we want right now. You want to make sure you get that guy in from third base. Does a nice job hitting the ball in the air. Just missed driving through the gap. And there's a nice shoulder swing by Carlos right there. Good execution and getting the run in. Make sure you get one out of it at least.
Mayberry struck out after a long at bat his last time. Fastball, and it's 0-1.
Best fastball tonight, 96.
All right, Sandberg didn't give anybody any idea of how long Dominic Brown would be out of the lineup. You have another right-hander in Tehran, who is scheduled to pitch tomorrow for the Braves. I think a lot of it depends also on, just how John Mayberry swings the bat. He's 0 for 1 tonight. He's been very good as a pinch hitter, not as good as a starter. No balls and 2 strikes to Mayberry. Off the end of the bat, popped up behind home plate. Saltimbanqui got a late start, and he's not going to get there in time. He had no idea where it was, and it wasn't hit that high for him to recover. I don't think he had any idea where it was. At that point, it may have grazed the net, but still. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Foul ball.
John needs to get back to hitting the ball back to right field. He's pulling off those sliders, curveballs, landing heavy on his front foot.
They're noticing it too because they keep going toward the outside part of the plate. Now that pitch right there was a fastball, but they've been throwing breaking pitches toward the outside part of the plate with some consistency.
And it comes back to having the watch the film or the video in between innings. You know how their approach is, how his first movement is with certain pitches, and Mayberry's landing like really hard on his front foot on his heel, and it just means that you're starting late.
Well, they broke it inside there. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
But if the way he finished, you can see his toe was pointing straight up in the air, and that means that his balance and he's starting late. We call it kicking the kickstand on the bike. A motorcycle because you're trying to start it. We want to stay away from that. I know it sounds weird, but it's what we call it.
Swing and a miss. Side is retired. So Kohler gets the strikeout to wrap up the 4th. The Phillies do get a run on a sac fly by Carlos Ruiz, but they leave 2. We said it's a gorgeous night here in Philadelphia as the sun is setting. We'll move to the 5th here at Citizens Bank Park. On July 15th on Fox, the National League against the American League. And we'll see who has home field advantage with the World Series here in 2014. Managers will be John Farrell for the American League and Mike Matheny for the National League. Cole Hamels will go to work against Donovan Solano, Tom Kohler, and then the top of the order. It's a 2-1 ball game. Solano, who was just called up after game 2 of the series here because Danny Echeverria has a strain to his to the ligament in his elbow. One ball, 1 strike. Out toward right field. Marlon Byrd is there. And 1 gone here in the 5th. Tom Kohler will be the batter. Well, he's given up 2 solo home runs. But this is basically what Cole's looked like. Although he has not had the same fastball that we usually see. When he has thrown it, it's been 93 miles an hour or around that neighborhood.
Yeah, he's just being inconsistent with getting it down in the zone, and that's why I think you're seeing so many changeups and more curveballs tonight, less cutters, because he's having a hard time controlling it.
I think it is remarkable. It shows you what kind of an athlete he is and how well he handles that changeup, that he is throwing it as well tonight without his fastball. Out towards second on one hop.
Well, and the advantage he has 4 above average major league pitches. He's above with the major league average with fastballs. His curveball, I think, is above average.
It's gotten to that point.
Yeah, and his changeup's one of the best in the league. And, of course, he has a very good cutter. So he has an advantage of being able to throw other pitches when he's not feeling comfortable.
Well, you talk about the curveball. It's a pitch that he had in high school. He had a little bit in the minor leagues, but it's only been the last year and a half, 2 years that he's really been able to master it to be the kind of pitch that we've seen.
I like the curveball to right-handers because I think he can bury that in the back foot. I don't like curveballs from a left-hander to a left-hander. It's too easy for a left-handed hitter
to adjust to it.
Yeah.
Well, during the course of his career, Hamels has basically taught himself, with the help of Rich Doobie, his former pitching coach, basically has taught himself the cutter, and it's well above average, as you said, and the curveball in the big leagues. When you take a look at our Mazda leaders, Hamels has found himself 5th all time in earned run average. That's a minimum of 1,350 innings of work. Oh, 2 pitch in the dirt. It's 1-2.
So he's taught himself the curveball. He's taught himself the cutter.
I think he had them. I don't think he had the cutter. I think he had the curveball, but he never really threw it. I mean, that's some wicked movement right there. Arm angle, slot, everything's the same. So 5 strikeouts for Hamels. He's retired 6 in a row. Phillies scored 1 in their half of the 4th. Let's see if they can score another in their half of the 5th. Home runs, 400 games. Who is the second?
Well, I've had some names down here. I've had Michael Lowell.
Mike Lowell would be a good guess.
Yeah.
It's incorrect.
I'm not going to go with him.
No.
I'm not going to go with Preston Wilson.
Who's here tonight? Did you see he is a sharply dressed young man?
He is. But we've talked in the past about second basemen who said had a lot of home runs, so I'm going to go with Dan Uggla.
Dan Uggla is correct. It took Dan Uggla 509 games to reach 100 home runs for the Marlins. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're the winner of a Phillies prize pack. Cole Hamels will lead it off. Hamels fly to the track his first time up. He's 0 for 1. I like this approach by the pitchers. We've seen it the last several starts for Burnett and Hamels. They're figuring they're going to get a fastball on the first pitch, so don't miss it. Because then you figure you're not going to get a fastball.
Because you're getting that. Uncle Charlie.
Oh, 2 pitch. Inside and low, 1-2. Curveball and a call, strike 3. So Hamels is struck out. Back to the top of the order for Ben Revere. 4 strikeouts now for Cole. We said he really wasn't a strikeout pitcher. I'll tell you, I think he's been pretty impressive here tonight. You know, he's bent a little bit. He's only got 1-2-3 inning. He's got pretty good stuff. Revere singled his last time up. Solano can't get to it. It's under his glove and into center field. Revere's aboard for the second time. I would think they'll score that at base hit. They do. So he's 2 for 3.
Just under the glove. Oh, no, didn't get to it.
No, he didn't get to it. You know, that angle really shows that as the ball was hit that hard,
right.
It was just beyond his pinky. Rollins flied out to left, flied to center. He's 0 for 2. Well, they know that Revere is a threat to steal. He's stolen 20 bases. And Murph, every time he goes back and forth from the 8 hole to the leadoff spot, Ryan Sandberg basically says the same thing. We're trying to get some more speed at the top of the order.
Speed at the top of the order, and you know, they took a look at the numbers for the Marlins starter, and I think maybe they can run against him because his numbers to the plate are relatively slow. So that is one of the reasons he gave to move Ben up to the top of the lineup. He's been on base once already. Did not go in when he was on earlier in this game, but maybe we'll see some movement here.
Good size lead. 1 ball, no strikes to Rollins. There he goes. Pitch is taken low. The throw to second on 1 hop is not in time. Stolen base number 21 for Ben Revere. Well, it's nice that they did put him in motion.
Yeah, but he didn't get a great jump. But he picked the right pitch, which was a curveball low, and thought the Milwaukee didn't come out and make that strong throw to second base. But he was sitting there watching and knew it at 1-0. He might be one to throw a curveball, or you never know. Sometimes base runners will peek in and see what the catchers are putting down.
Well, now 2 balls and no strikes to Rollins. Inside corner, it's 2-1. Kohler missed his spot by a pretty good amount. Brian Gorman thought it went over the inside part of the plate. That one's pulled right side. Baker's got it. He'll flip to Kohler covering, and there are 2 outs. Over to third goes Ben Revere. So Revere's 90 feet away. Chase Utley's coming up. Utley singled his last time up, but he scored the only run. Takes low, 1 ball and no strikes. Chase only has the 1 home run here in the month of June. It came on the 14th of June against the Chicago Cubs. It's 1 ball and 1 strike to Chase with a runner at third. And he pulls that one toward right center field. It's going to drop in for a base hit, and the game is tied. Revere scores. RBI single for Utley. He's 2 for 3. It's a 2-2 game. Fought that one off.
He did, and it's a fastball that's up in the zone a little bit inside. Brings his hands inside, gets jammed. But that's a good thing right there with Chase. That means you're staying inside the ball and you're staying through it. Doesn't matter how hard you hit it. It's all about placement, Tom.
Well, he placed it perfectly. And there's some happy campers here at the ballpark.
I even gave a fist pump right there when he got the base hit.
Well, here's Howard. Howard is 2 for 2. He has 2 infield hits. Can't imagine. This is one we'd have to check on. I don't think he's ever had 2 infield hits in a game.
How about 2 bloops and a blast? Still waiting for that first home run to right field right here.
Hitters count, and he got a changeup, and he rolled it foul. It's 2-1. Curveball here.
Fastball in. Unless he feels like he can't throw it for a strike, he might back up with another changeup. Boom, curveball.
All right, now if you're Ryan, you get a curveball the last at bat with the count 3-1. Changeup, 3-2.
What a play.
Somebody made a great catch. Take a look at this one.
Just great concentration.
Oh, be careful. Woo. Great reaction from the crowd, too. I don't know if it's going to trump the little kid behind the Phillies dugout, the last homestand, but This guy didn't get as beat up as the kid did after he made the catch. Runner goes, 3-2 pitch, breaking ball pulled foul. A great reaction from the crowd though when that guy just caught that ball. This is the catch of the year right now. Bam. Oh, that's my boy. Utley will go again. 3-2 is hit out towards center field, and Marisnick will make the catch. And the side is retired. A 7-pitch at bat. The Phillies do tie it on a bloop single by Chase Utley. So as we go to the 6th inning, all even at 2. A tough start to the season has turned into a major resurgence heading to the halfway point of this marathon. Since the first month of the season, the relief corps has been a strength for the Phillies, generating an ERA and opponent's average amongst the best in Major League Baseball. While the newest member of the pack is living up to his billing, from mid-relief to closer, each reliever has done their job. And it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Well, the Fanatic was bothering the umpire, who just so happens to be dressed a little bit like Pitbull. At least that's what his thought was. Matt Mailer certainly gets into character. He even had dancers with him. Matt usually has a thick head of hair, but for this role of a lifetime of imitating Pitbull, he decided to shave his locks. Why he would do that, I don't know.
Is it really?
For some people, though, Matt, it does grow back.
There we go.
0-2 to Ed Lucas as we start the top of the 6th inning.
He almost bit it right here.
Yeah, he did. He was getting a little off balance. Athleticism, though. He was able to stand his ground. Now the 0-2 pitch to Lucas. He went, and he knew it. Ruiz will throw him out. 7 strikeouts for Hamels. And with 1 away, Stanton's coming up.
Well, this is what we've been talking about, Tom. Right here is a pitch that we like seeing him throw, and that's that curveball down and in. And that's the type of swings you get when people are looking for fastballs inside. It's a no curveball swing, which I like to call the underwater swing.
So they're looking fastball or cutter inside, and then they throw that curveball and they're off balance?
Correct.
Phillies have tried to live inside against Stanton in this series. He does have 6 hits in 13 at-bats, including a home run tonight. Two balls and no strikes.
pretty good pitch right there.
Larry Boa just yelled out there was nothing wrong with that pitch.
I'll agree with him. Make up?
Had to be.
Either that or he's got that kind of pull. He can get those strikes right there.
Ground ball through the hole on the left side. Second hit of the night for Stanton. And a runner at first. It'll bring Casey McGee to the plate. McGee is 1 for 2. He's grounded out. He's also singled.
I think Larry does enough pacing in the dugout for every coach down there.
Pacing and seeds. You can break those shells with the best of them. It almost had Stanton. A little bit more on the toss from Hamels. They may have gotten him. Phillies have picked off 1 base runner in the series, 2 overall. We didn't know where to go. He didn't have that big of a lead. Foul ball, 0-1. In the dirt, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to McGee.
Another great play by Carlos, just keeping that ball in the dirt in front and not allow Stanton to get to second base. Such an advantage to have a catcher that you trust, knowing if he calls a pitch in the dirt, you can throw it there, he's going to block it.
That one's hit towards short, should be 2. There's 1 and 2. Plenty of time. 6-4-3 double play. Side is retired. Hamels is putting together one of those outings again. He does allow a hit in the inning, but nothing else. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. Marlon Byrd is due to lead it off for the Phillies. every day. And by W.B. Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. Last of the 6th inning, Marlon Byrd will lead it off. How about this shot right here? This is close to where we're going to be tomorrow. In fact, that's basically the vantage point without the Coca-Cola and the iced tea that we're going to be seeing the ball game tomorrow. You like that view?
Ask me tomorrow.
You want to go out there and watch the fireworks tonight and we can get used to it? No. Marlon Byrd will lead it off. Marlon is 0 for 2. Curveball, that's in there for a strike. I saw Skip Clayton, longtime radio broadcaster, wandering around the press box today. I want to wish Skip's wife Joanna clean bill of health. Outside 1-1. Skip memory lane Clayton. Also want to send out best wishes to Julia Danzizen, who's about to have a little heart surgery here in Philadelphia. Charlie O'Gara, our behind home plate umpire, high over our heads here. Good friends with them. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Marlon Byrd. I just made Charlie the home plate umpire, home plate camera operator. Charlie's in the booth with us. He will not be with us tomorrow. He'll be here while we'll be out near his good friend Bernie. Greg Farnese will be out there too. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Marlon Byrd.
Tom, I'm going to stop by and visit Charlie tomorrow.
Oh, are you really?
Yep. While you guys are out here in the elements.
We'll have to give you a list of things that he likes and doesn't like during the course of the game.
I bet you he likes the air conditioning.
Well, that he definitely likes. Marlon Byrd is down on strikes. 5 strikeouts for Kohler. That'll bring Cody Ashley to the play. Are you really going to be up at the booth tomorrow? Is that where you're planning on hanging out?
Well, I mean, you guys have the stands covered. I'm thinking I might as well enjoy the comforts of the booth for a little while.
It is comfortable up here.
See how the other half lives, you know.
It's some hard to get in here with that lock on there.
Yeah, really. There's Charlie, and that is Charlie's camera. Charlie's not an umpire. There's a strike to Cody Ashley. Carl Graver's next to him. You can see his hat. He's going to be up here in the booth. He's chicken. He doesn't want to go out into the crowd. He doesn't like the sun. 1 ball and 1 strike to Cody Ashley. Ashley singled his last time up. He's 1 for 2. Changeup that was up. Looked tantalizing. Toyota Major League Scoreboard out in Pittsburgh. The Pirates are leading the Mets 5-1. How about Gregory Polanco? The kid seems like he's the real deal for the Pirates. And Ashley is struck out. 6 strikeouts for Kohler. So 2 away. Well, tomorrow when the Phillies take on the Atlanta Braves, it'll be the second of 3 consecutive fireworks shows brought to you by Xfinity. Of course, tonight after the ball game, there'll be the great fireworks shows taking place here at Citizens Bank Park. And then Saturday, the second half of the day-night doubleheader. It's a 7:15 first pitch. Will be the final Xfinity fireworks show of the week. Get your tickets by going to Phillies.com. Saturday night, Sean O'Sullivan's going to come up from Lehigh Valley and make the start for the Phillies. David Hale out of Princeton University will start for the Atlanta Braves. Out toward left center. It's not deep. Ozuna comes charging in, and the side is retired. Phillies go down in order in their half of the 6th inning. We've played 6. We'll go to the 7th. Tomorrow we'll be stretching our legs from, well, not with that guy, but we'll be stretching our legs right out there. Well, it's time now for your local Honda dealers game summary. Not a whole lot of offense for either team as far as the runs go. They've combined for 12 hits. Milwaukee and Giancarlo Stanton hit solo home runs against Cole Hamels, who has 7 strikeouts. Zippo as far as the walks go in 6 innings of work. So he'll begin the 7th in a 2-2 game. Marcell Ozuna's 0 for 2. He's lined out and he's struck out. He takes the first pitch a little low, and it's 1-0.
No, both pitchers have done well. Combined no walks, 13 punchouts.
Yeah, and they've done it sort of differently. Kohler has used his fastball up and down the zone, although his secondary pitches are better than I thought they would be, just from the scouting reports that we received. That ball's hit well. Left center field. Revere on the run. Out toward the track. It is gone. Third solo home run of the night for the Marlins. It's 3-2. Miami on top. Cole had allowed 4 home runs overall coming in, and he's allowed 3 here tonight.
Cutter was supposed to be inside. Maybe just wasn't in far enough, but Zuna put a good swing on it and hit over that WB Mason sign in left center.
Well, Jeff Baker fouls it away. He's 0 for 2. For Ozuna, it's his first home run since the 14th of June. Now it's 13 home runs and 45 runs batted in. Well, the good news is all 3 have been solo shots, so it's only a 1-run deficit right now for the Phils. Left side, Rollins. These lucky fans are tonight's Citizens 7. They will receive a prize pack courtesy of Citizens Bank. Citizens Bank, where banking is simple, clear, and personal. Citizens Bank. Jared Saltalamacchia homered his first time up, struck out. He's 1 for 2. Hamels' spot is due to come up second in the bottom of the 7th inning. Fly ball to center. Pretty good chance that once he gets out of this, they're going to have to hit for him. Yeah, the bottom of the 7th. That's how good he's been. We mentioned only 4 home runs allowed the entire year coming in. Pitcher spot is due up next for the Marlins, and Reed Johnson is in the on-deck circle. So Kohler, it could be done now that he's gone 6. 1 ball, 1 strike to Solano. Ground ball to shortstop. Rollins to his left. Side is retired. But another home run, another solo home run by the Marlins. They have 3 tonight. This one by Marcell Ozuna. It's time to stretch here in Philadelphia, where the Phillies trailing at 3-2. his helmet on, his bat in hand. Dominic Brown is out of the on-deck circle. I guess he'll pinch hit for John Mayberry. Time now for our AT&T fan photo of the game. This one comes from Carla, CRZERO04. It's her first tweet ever. Not a bad photo, Carla. That's a good start. Don't forget, you can send in a photo by tweeting a photo with the hashtag Philly fan photo. So as we go to the bottom of the 7th, Dominic Brown will pinch hit for John Mayberry. Mayberry is 0 for 2, so with a new pitcher coming in Brian Morris, another right-hander, they decide to go to a left-hander hitting Dominic Brown. Morris 5-0, a 2.41 ERA. Started the year with the Pirates. First pitch is inside, 1-0. On deck batter is Tony Gwynn, so he'll hit for Hamels. That was a liner out towards center field, a base hit for Dominic Brown. Do you have Hamels hit here and bunt him up, or do you have Tony Gwynn hit? No, it looks like it's going to be Gwynn. Hamels is still on the bench.
Well, I mean, Cole handles the bat very well. As you see, Dominic Brown taking a nice swing and driving that ball back up the middle. But this is where he's been working on batting practice, and the good balance, through the ball. It's a start, right? Tiny steps.
Baby steps, baby. Baby steps.
Tiny, not tiny steps. Well, I guess they are tiny steps for a baby. Now, if you're going to pinch hit Tony Gwynn and he's going to bunt, I mean, Cole Hamels can bunt just as good as majority of the guys.
Tony 0 for his last 22. You've got Brown at first base. Low, ball 1 ball, no strikes. Well, Hamels' night is done after 7 innings. 10th consecutive start in which he's gone at least 7. Two and 0. See what the Phillies decide to do here. Pete Buchanan looking into the dugout, throwing some signs down at Tony Gwynn Jr. Jared Saltimbanqui out to talk to Brian Morris.
What do you think? Hit and run?
It's not a bad time to do it.
2-0.
Struggling with his command. Probably going to throw a fastball. He does throw a fastball and he bunts it toward third, so the sacrifice is successful. Up to second goes Dominic Brown. Tony Gwynn Jr. does his job. So you've used 2 pitch hitters here. You're trying to get the tying run across the plate. And the top of the order is coming up at Ben Revere. Another meeting out on the mound. Revere is 2 for 3 tonight. He singled and stole bases last time. He has 2 singles. The lefty Mike Dunn is throwing in the pen for the Marlins. I think many people have the same reaction Ben just did on that pitch. have broken his bat. It's a foul ball and it's 0-2. No, it looks like it's okay. Kind of sounded like he broke his bat. Back towards shortstop. Lucas has got it. And there are 2 outs. Runner at third. The Phillies looking for a clutch 2-out hit again for the second time tonight. Chase Utley provided it. Then okay. I think he did something as he was going up the first base line. Something was wrong there. Murph, did you see anything as he went by the first base bag when you were standing over there?
Just that he was wincing as he came across that bag. The bag. I couldn't tell whether or not it was. I looked down at his foot, thinking about the foot injury from a year ago. But you know, I don't want to speculate. But he looked like he was in a little bit of pain.
Nobody's gone over to him, so we'll see as the night progresses. No balls and 1 strike to Rollins. 0 for 3. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rollins walked 22 times in the month of May. He's walked 6 times here in June. Right now, though, the Phillies would like him to drive in that run over third. One of those 1-run games again. We talked about this earlier in the series. The Marlins have been very good in 1-run games. It's part of the reason why they're at 500, coming off a year in which they were well under 500 last year.
Like 18-10 1-run games, something like that.
19, I believe.
19.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to Rollins. He pulls it toward the right side, knocked down by Baker, and he still can't get it. The ball game is tied. E3, Jeff Baker. Dominic Brown, who started the rally, scores from third. And we're even at 3.
Well, hits off the heel of the glove. Looks up. Right there, hits off the heel. The thing about first base is you don't have to panic because you have a lot of time. But he was going down to pick it up barehanded. Kind of looked like he lifted his head up, and that'd be called a strike 2. The air is there. It's a strike 3.
So it's a 3-3 ball game. Cole Hamels is off the hook.
Now home run. Let's get him to win.
He certainly deserves that. Utley is 2 for 3 tonight. In the dirt, Saltalamacchia keeps it around, and it's 1-0. So no decision for Hamels. If they score a run here, he could be in line for the victory. Safe to say that those kind of balls that are hit, that's why you run and run as hard as you can. Rollins has stolen 13 bases this year. He's been caught 5 times, including once in this series. the end of the bat. Little squibber toward third. McGee has got it in time. Utley's retired. So are the Phils here in the 7th. But they tie it up. Ground ball that was muffed by the first baseman Jeff Baker allows Dominic Brown to score the tying run. Nissan. Get to your local Nissan store for the ride of your life and save big today. By AT&T, mobilizing your world. And by Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or your local dealer today. Top of the 8th inning. It's a 3-3 ball game. The Phillies and the Marlins. Final game of this 4-game series. This game is in the hands of both bullpens now as Jake Diekman will take over. Diekman 2-2 with an ERA of 4.37. This is his 37th game. Other change for the Phils is that Dominic Brown stays in the ball game to play left field. Dominic pinch hit for John Mayberry. So he'll be in the 8th spot. Diekman in the pitcher spot remains the 9 hole. Reed Johnson will be the pinch hitter for the Marlins here at the top of the 8th inning. Eleven hits as a pitch hitter this year for Reed Johnson. His average of .278 overall. First pitch sounds outside. 1 ball and no strikes. That fastball. There's Kevin Gregg warming up at the pen for the Marlins. On the Toyota Major League scoreboard, Cubs are shutting out the Nationals 3-0. Bottom of the 4th, Anthony Rizzo has a double and a run scored. Nationals sit atop the division. Braves have already lost. That one is fought off toward the right field line, and Marlon Byrd tracks it down. One away. It's time for the Major League Notebook. Murph, you got any NBA news in that Major League Notebook?
There's lots of NBA news tonight, but it's not in the Major League Notebook. Brought to you by Gwen and Mercy University. The Washington Nationals, though, I can tell you, have reinstated their catcher, Wilson Ramos, from the 15-day disabled list. He was battling that bad hamstring over the past couple of weeks. He had just 1 home run, 11 RBIs, batting .261 so far this season, but had hit in 11 of his last 13. And this other note, guys, may make some people feel a little bit old, because it seems like just yesterday when Derek Jeter broke into Major League Baseball at the age of 20 for the New York Yankees. Well, he turned 40 today, so happy birthday to Derek Jeter, the all-time hits leader for the New York Yankees. He couldn't understand why it was a big deal that people were celebrating his birthday today, but nonetheless, happy birthday to him.
It's a big deal because we all watched him. I watched him begin his career in the minor leagues, and he had a full head of hair. So did I. So it is a big deal. You watch your life pass right before your eyes.
Well,
and your hair.
And your hair.
And your hair. But I had no idea that Derek Jeter was older than I was by a few years.
I didn't know where you were going with that. But you're not selling, and we're not buying.
Yeah. I actually broke in the same time as Jeter did. That's probably his first year we played against each other.
Yeah. Here's Ed Lucas. Yeah, Lucas takes low, 1 ball and no strikes. You broke into the major leagues the same year as he did, right?
Minor leagues.
Really?
Yeah. Close to it, I think. Right around there. I was a couple of years and he came in. By the way, Cody Ashley just did a great play on a bunt.
Great play. Bare hand throws, get a speedy runner.
Playing back deep, came in full speed. Picked that bare hand up, made a strong throw to first base.
1 ball, 1 strike to Lucas. And that one through the hole on the left side, a base hit. That's his 3rd hit of the series. He has 1 hit in each game. And now Giancarlo Stanton's coming to the plate. Well, that was Lucas's job, was to extend this inning to give Stanton a chance to do something. Stanton is homer tonight. He's also singled. Here's the home run. Count it. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi.
There's a swing and gone. Just got a fastball inside, and talked about in the open how his swing goes through the zone flat and it stays through the zone a long time, and that's why he's a very dangerous hitter.
They play him to pull. Utley is shaded toward the middle. Swing and a miss. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Utley being shaded toward the middle allows Rollins to step a few over toward the hole at shortstop. Good slider, 1-2. Phillies have seen Stanton in his career early on where he's been in an offensive funk where he struggled. You don't see it as often anymore. He doesn't miss for a whole series. Ruiz blocks that slider. It's 2-2. Folks wonder what he'll get in the open market if he ever got there, or what he's going to demand from the Marlins. He's going to make a lot of money. Two balls, 2 strikes. And the pitch. In the dirt again. It's 3-2. Casey McGee's on deck. Runner goes, pitch is hit foul. And we'll do it again. Miles an hour from Jake Diekman on that fastball. He said, I don't know if I could ever do it again. Well, he just did.
The previous pitch was 99. Very good locate. He's throwing 100 miles an hour down the zone on the corner. Just go out a little farther now with that fastball.
Runner goes again. Pitch is off the outside corner, ball 4. I think Stanton thought it was every chance he was rung up. Ryan Gorman wasn't biting, and that puts runners on first and second with 2 men down for Casey McGee.
Well, I think Stanton got fooled. Looked like a little outside, actually. It's a great frame draw by Chooch bringing that hand in, but ring him up anyway.
Get caught up in the whole thing. Well, Casey McGee is now the hitter. Gets away from Ruiz, and the runners will move up. And now his job gets even more difficult because he's got 2 in scoring position. And the way Diekman's fastball, or excuse me, his slider moves, you got to be on your toes if you're a catcher. Wild pitch charge to Diekman. It's 1 ball and no strikes. They are going to walk Casey McGee intentionally now. They've been behind 2-0. Back-to-back walks issued by Diekman. It'll load it up for Marcell Ozuna. Time is running out for you to vote for your 2014 MLB All-Stars. You can help send your favorite Philly to the All-Star game by voting up to 35 times at Phillies.com. Vote exclusively at Phillies.com or on your mobile phone. Voting ends Thursday, July 3rd at 11:59 p.m. All right, another team meeting out on the mound with Marcell Ozuna coming up. Ed Lucas at third, Stanton's at second, McGee's at first. Only one other opportunity tonight with a runner in scoring position for the Marlins. That came in the third when Lucas lined out to Rollins. Ozuna has really clamped it down in a short period of time with the bases loaded. He throws him a slider and he hits it foul. It's 0-1. In the dirt, 1-1.
This inning has kind of hit a wall right now.
It has.
A lot of guys standing around.
Well, Diekman struggling with his commands. Fastball outside. It's 2-1. 13 balls, 10 strikes for Jake. One pitch. Fouls it back. Got away with that slider there. It's 2-2 with 2 outs. Jake trying to get the Phils to the bottom of the 8th in a 3-3 game. He's set, so is Ozuna. Swing and a miss. He got him. 99 on that fastball. And the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, 3 men left. On to the bottom of the 8th in a 3-3 game.
Came off a line drive by Lucas. Jimmy Rollins goes to his right, makes a snow cone catch. Very fine play, and keeps the concentration and not allowing that ball to jump out of his glove. And that is your defensive play of the game, brought to you by Hyundai.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 8th inning in a 3-3 game. And Ryan Howard will lead it off against Mike Dunn. 245 average against with lefties. 32 strikeouts and 29 innings of work. Done 5-4, an ERA of 3.72. Howard is 2 for 3. He has 2 infield hits tonight. Howard takes a breaking ball, and it's 0-1. Papelbon is in the bullpen for the Phils. 6 infield hits this year, most since 2010. 0-2. There's Papelbon. Swing and a miss. One away. So Dunn gets Howard, and they'll bring Marlon Byrd to the plate here in the bottom of the 8th. Marlon is 0 for 3.
Saltine Monkey wants that fastball low and away, and Dunn said, nope, old school fastball coming, and gets a high cheese by Ryan Howard.
Do you have trouble with the high fastball sometimes? You know, laying off it?
Yes. I did.
I guess with 2 strikes too, it's like anything else. You do get a little anxious.
You panic.
You don't just get anxious, you panic.
No, I think you panic. I think you're thinking down the zone, and you see a pitch up in the zone. You're like, okay, you know what? I can get it. No, I can't. And by the time you decide, you do what we call the snorkel swing. It's a half swing and the barrel straight up, and you're walking back to the dugout.
0-2 to Marlon Byrd. Kodiashi's on deck.
A lot of baseball lingo. Snorkels. Caddy. Spring chin.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that one. 0-2 to Marlon. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Play. Mike Dunn has been a workhorse since he arrived in the big leagues, first with the Atlanta Braves and then with the Marlins. Dan Ugla, who was the answer to a trivia question earlier tonight, was the guy that the Braves got for Mike Dunn. Omar Infante and Mike Dunn both coming from the Braves to the Marlins several years ago. Now the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Seven strikeouts tonight for Marlins pitching. I should say 8 strikeouts. And now Kodiashi, another lefty up against the lefty Mike Dunn.
Hopefully he tries to get over a little curveball first pitch, and Cody can jump all over it and like get it Ryan Howard's first pitch.
Swing and a miss.
Or he's going to throw a nasty one.
Yeah, his slider is pretty good here tonight.
His fastball is at 96, 97 miles an hour, and has a very good slider.
Oh, 2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and he just struck out the side here in the 8th inning. Mike Dunn gets 2 lefties in the righty Marlon Byrd, so we've completed 8 innings. It's on to the 9th inning. Fans waiting for a victory.
the top of the ninth here against the Florida Marlins. And after this game is finished, guys, of course, the Atlanta Braves will come in for 4 this weekend starting on Friday, where Julio Teheran will take on Kyle Kendrick. On Saturday, the doubleheader in the afternoon, Irvin Santana will take on Roberto Hernandez. And in the nightcap, as you talked about earlier, David Hale and Sean O'Sullivan will face off. Aaron Harang on Sunday versus David Buchanan for the Phils. 4 right-handed pitchers for the Atlanta Braves in this series, guys.
All right, we appreciate that. Murph, as Murph mentioned, Sean O'Sullivan gets the start for the Phils in the night game in that day-night doubleheader. There was sort of a back and forth. I know with us, we were wondering, well, would it be Brad Lincoln, who's pitched so well? You know, would it be Sean O'Sullivan? They decided to go with O'Sullivan. He pitched pretty well in spring training in the games we saw him. We haven't seen him since, obviously. Here's Papelbon to pitch the ninth. Papelbon 2-1 with an ERA of 1.48. And he will face Garrett Jones, who will pinch hit for Jeff Baker. And Jones takes inside, 1 ball and no strikes. Popped him up, foul, out of play. Every time the Phillies pitchers retire, the opposition 1-2-3. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Garrett Jones started the first 3 games of the series. Overall hitting .254 with 10 home runs. On the outside corner, 1-2. Phillies tonight got 7 strong from Cole Hamels. Out of play again. It remains 1-2. Hamels allowed 3 solo home runs. Called strike 3, a fastball. 92 from Papelbon.
Papelbon learned a little bit from AJ and Kendrick, that front door sinker. Freezes Jones looking, and for the third strike. I like that pitch. That's something we haven't seen a lot from him. He's on the slider to the split finger fastball. Now mixing in the front door sinker, which I like to call the Yahoo ball.
Yahoo. Does work against left-handed hitters, particularly when you can use it with an element of surprise. Here's Saltalamacchia. He's 1 for 3. Outside, 1-0. Ball to first. Ryan Howard will stay with it. And there are 2 outs. Donovan Solano's due up. Solano's 0 for 3. He's grounded out a couple times. He's flied to right. Kevin Gregg, Steve Cishek in the bullpen. Justin Bohr has come out of the on-deck circle for the Marlins. Swing and a miss. There's Bohr. Tell you what, that slurve that he's got going, it's really slurving tonight. Oh, 2 to Donovan Solano. The pitch. And a fastball called strike 3. Heck of an inning from Jonathan Papelbon. It was a 10-pitch inning. Could be one of the more dominating ones we've seen from him. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. It's the Phillies 3 and the Marlins 3. Garrett Jones will stay in the ball game to play first base after he pinch hit for Jeff Baker, and the Phillies will have Carlos Ruiz, Dominic Brown, and then the pitcher's spot against Kevin Gregg. Boy, Gregg has really been a workhorse for the Marlins since he's been brought back to the Miami organization. He worked a scoreless inning last night. He got a strikeout, a ground out, and a pop out. In game 1 of the series, he allowed a leadoff walk, but then a fly out and a double play wrapped up that outing. So here he goes against Ruiz to start it off, and he fires outside. It's 1-0. Carlos tonight is 0 for 2. He has a sac fly. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 ball, 1 strike as that one drops in. Fastball only at 89 miles an hour for Kevin Gregg. It used to be in the low to mid 90s. Still has that cutter though. And there you go. This cutter's been very good in the other 2 outings in this series. That one's hit sharply to short. Lucas has got it. And 1 away here in the 9th. And that'll bring Dominic Brown up. He's 1 for 1. He singled as a pinch hitter his last time. John Mayberry started in left field. Yeah, Dominic came on in the 7th inning to pinch hit against Brian Morris, singled, and then came around to score the tying run. Out front, pops it up. Over toward the Marlins dugout, Saltalamacchia makes the catch. 2 outs. And Cesar Hernandez is going to be the pinch hitter for the Phillies. Papelbon was ready to hit if he needed to. He was over by the bat rack. He had his helmet on. He was ready to go. But Cesar Hernandez will be the pinch hitter. 3 for 14 as a pinch hitter this year. First pitch is over. It's 0-1. Two. Antonio Bastardo, if we go to the 10th inning, will be the pitcher for the Phils. There he is. Batting gloves on, he was ready. Probably figured I only threw a 10-pitch inning. Let me get a chance out there. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Cesar. Now 2-2. Redmond's team has played well in 1-run games. Ryan Sandberg's team's trying to even up this homestand with 2 wins and 2 losses before the Braves come in for 4 in 3 days. Greg is set, and now the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and the side is retired. So we're going to go extra innings here at Citizens Bank Park. The Marlins bullpen has retired 7 straight. Antonio Bastardo is going to be next up for the Phils when we come back for the top of the 10th. The 7th inning provided their 3rd run and their 3rd home run. This one off the bat of Marcelo Ozuna. Off Cole Hamels, who allowed 3 solo home runs in 7 innings of work. But the Phillies, down by 1, had their own delivery. A little different style. Curveball that Rollins pulled to first, knocked down by Baker, picked up and dropped by Baker. And Dominic Brown scored the tying run. So, kind of different, but those are our W.B. Mason deliveries of the game. Scouting reports are out. Get some free baseball coming up here, Matt Stairs. Phillies are 5-4 in extra inning games. The Marlins 4-6. Antonio, 35th ball game, 44 strikeouts and 36 innings of work. Giles is warming up at the bullpen. Justin Bour takes low, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. For the Marlins, A.J. Ramos is starting to throw in their pen. Cishek has been tossed at a couple different times. Bour was selected in the Rule 5 draft by the Marlins from the Chicago Cubs. He was hitting .330 down in the minor leagues when they brought him up, with 9 home runs and 36 runs batted in. Boy, he has got one big hitch, doesn't he? There's Ramos.
Yeah, the hitch is fine as long as where you start and you have the hitch, you get your hands back up. Doesn't matter really what you do. Starts it low, down, up. Not much you can do with that fastball there.
Swing and a miss at 93. High fastball, 1 out. To the top of the order now for Jake Marisnick.
It's a nice fastball, good location, just above the hands, can't get on top of it. But what I like is that the pitch before that is set up with the fastball low and away, got the strike, came back with the high cheese, and the guys that have their hands low and they have that hitch have a hard time getting back on top of that ball.
1 ball, no strikes. Phillies bottom of the 10th. It'll be the top of the order. Revere, Rollins, and Utley. It looks like it'll be against A.J. Ramos, unless for some reason the Marlins take the lead. 1 ball, no strikes. Popped him up. That'll be out of play, and it's 1-1. Ball, 2 strikes. We didn't see it, but somebody must have made a nice play. Just by the reaction of the crowd, get everybody's head turned. One ball, 2 strikes, 1 man down. Top of the 10th inning, game 4 of this series. And 2-2. Fly ball to shallow right. Boy, long run for Marlon Byrd, and he can't get there. Almost got to it in foul territory. He came a long ways with a big effort. And it remains 2 balls and 2 strikes.
It's a lot longer run because he's playing no doubles, but he's going full sprint and just out of the reach of it. He came a long way.
Yeah, he did. Basically, where he is right now is where he started that time. Trying to cut off an extra base hit. And Marisnick fouls it back. Marisnick is 1 for 4 tonight. He's 1 for 17 in the series.
Sounds like some of the numbers we had when we played against the New York Mets in that 5-game marathon.
Yeah. Two balls and 2 strikes. Fly ball right field. This time Marlon Byrd doesn't have to go so far. And there are 2 down. Well, the key batter is the guy coming up right now with Giancarlo Stanton in the on-deck circle. Get him out here, get Lucas out here, then you give the offense a chance to win the ball game in the bottom of the 10th inning without having to face Stanton.
And probably a really good chance if Stanton hits this inning. Giles is coming in.
Stanton talked about Giles' slider and how good it was, how impressed he was with him. No balls and 1 strike. As much as we'd like to see Kenny Giles pitch, we'd all prefer to get to the dugout and see if the offense can win it. Up high, 1-1. Chopper to third. Ashley's got it. Side is retired in order. Marlins go down 1-2-3. Giancarlo Stanton's not going to bat at the 10th. Let's hope the Phillies could do something to not allow him to bat in the 11th. Order is due up for the Phils in a 3-3 ball game. Final game of this 4-game series. A.J. Ramos will be the new pitcher for the Marlins. Ramos has had a solid season. He has walked 26 in 35 2/3. And he'll face Ben Revere, Jimmy Rollins, and Chase Utley with a chance for the Phils to win it.
One thing you're going to see from Ramos is a 4-pitch pitcher. Tops out about 94 miles an hour. Relies the majority on his fastball and his good slider that he likes to throw down and into left-handers.
First pitch coming to Ben Revere. Up high, 1 ball and no strikes. Two and 0. Figure he's taking one. He's trying to get himself on base. Give the Phils a chance.
You hope he's taking one.
Not taking one. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. He's got to take one there, doesn't he?
Yeah, he has to. I mean, yeah, he does.
It would have been a strike anyway. At least it looked like it was. But what if we would have popped it up to third? Chopper over the mound, backhanded by Solano, safe at first. Great job by Ben Revere legging it out. Something's bugging Ben's leg, but he was still able to get to first before the throw. And the winning run is aboard. It's a 3-hit night.
Chopper up the middle and he gets out of the box good. And beats it out. You're right, though. He's not sure what's going on. I don't know if maybe if they're relanded, we land on his heel a little bit.
Well, now Rollins is up. Infield is a double play depth. Rollins squares. Bunts it foul. He was indecisive on one of the bunt that breaking pitch. And it's no balls and 1 strike to Rollins. Short lead for Revere over at first. No balls, 1 strike to Rollins. Not squaring. It's 1-1.
Another reason why I love pinch hitting so much. I didn't have to worry about the signs that Pete would be giving at third base.
That is true.
I could never remember them. And by the time I get to first base or whatever happened, I had a pinch runner, so it worked out well.
Just had to act like you knew what you were doing. 2 balls and 1 strike to Rollins with Revere at first. Ben inches off a little bit more. He has stolen a base tonight. There he goes. Pitch is popped up. Foul out of play. 2-2. Ben got a good jump. So whatever was bugging him doesn't seem like it's bothering him too much. There he goes again. Quick pitch. And it's nubbed foul.
It's back-to-back good jumps, so he's got to read on something. Being his shoulder or whatever he's picked up. But back-to-back really nice jumps. And Jimmy, of course, has to protect home plate.
Mike Redmond's controlling the running game. He asked for Ramos to throw over to first. Two balls, 2 strikes to Rollins with nobody out here in the bottom of the 10th. Revere doesn't go, and the pitch is way inside. It gets away from Saltalamacchia. Revere's up to second. It's 3-2 to Rollins. 21st wild pitch of the season while Saltalamacchia is catching.
Kind of wondering when this was going to happen tonight. Got a hard curveball inside, and Saltalamacchia did a pretty good job of getting over there and trying to block it, but the pitch was so far inside that he couldn't block it. Ben gets to go to second base.
And the winning run is at second base with nobody out. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Rollins. Rollins going to try to get Revere over to third. Outside, ball 4. They're not going to give him a fastball with first base open. At least I didn't think they did. They gave him a changeup, and now it's Utley who will be the batter. Utley just asked Boa and Sandberg something before he went over to the plate. Runners on first and second. Neither runner being held on. Rollins doesn't mean anything. The winning run is in scoring position for the Phils. It's Ben Revere. All 3 outfielders have good arms for the Marlins. Ozuna's got a right fielder's arm in left. McGee is in on the grass at third. You have any insight on what Utley was talking to Sandberg and Boa about?
Probably asked him if you want me to lay a bunt down. After the first pitch, you kind of seen Sandberg give the old choke sign, like to take it off or something, but you probably gave him the choice. Whatever you feel comfortable with.
Well, not 2-0.
Now, I think probably yesterday or the day before, Chase probably would have bunted. But he's been swinging better today, and go ahead and hit a 3-run homer right here.
Why not? Make him smile.
Get the fireworks going.
2 balls and no strikes to Chase Utley. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 13th inning. The bottom of the 10th inning. And the pitch on the outside corner. Boy, that's a pitcher's pitch right there. Utley wasn't biting. He wasn't going to try to roll it over. We're with those young ladies. Go Phillies. Now the 2-1 pitch. Fouls it back. It's 2-2. Ramos is set, so is Utley. The runners lead off. Outside, ball 3. That was a really close pitch. Ramos has struggled with his command. He allowed the leadoff single to Revere, then he walked Rollins. And now it's 3-2 to Chase Utley. We're in the bottom of the 10th. And Utley lifts it toward left. On the run is Lucas, the shortstop. So is Ozuna, and it's Lucas who makes the catch. And there's one away. So Utley's retired. And Ryan Howard, who is 2 for 4. Casey McGee, the third baseman, has to keep at least a little closer to the third base bag with Howard up. That leaves that left side wide open. Howard won a game earlier this year with a home run to left center field. 0-1 pitch outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. Ball, 2 strikes to Howard. From a changeup, and he rolled over on it foul, and it remains 1-2. Phillies got the leadoff single by Revere. A walk to Jimmy Rollins. Chase Utley did not bunt. Ran the count to 3-2 and then flied out to shallow left field. Ed Lucas, the shortstop, tracked it down. And now it's Howard with the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes and 1 out here in the bottom of the 10th. And the pitch outside, 2-2. Chopper right side. Solano goes to second in time to get Rollins. The winning run is at third with 2 men down. Fortunately, that ball was not hit all that hard. Rollins got to the bag quickly to take the foot of Lucas out. And now Marlon Byrd. The Phillies with a chance to win it here in the bottom of the 10th.
Jimmy had a great secondary lead. He goes in extremely hard. Doesn't give him a chance to turn the double play. Ryan Howard ran down to first base like he did the 2 infield singles. But tremendous job by Jimmy getting off first of all, and then going in and breaking up the double play.
All right, so Marlon 0 for 4, 4 for 16 in this series. The winning run is over at third. Ramos, who already has 1 wild pitch in this inning. Howard goes. The pitch is low. 1 ball and no strikes. It's fielder's choice, defensive indifference. Again, it means there's no force at second base. A 1-0 pitch to Bird. Outside, 2-0. Rollins getting to second base and taking Lucas's foot out has kept this inning alive. Now they're going to walk Bird intentionally, and they're going to leave it for Cody Ashe. Not the worst thing in the world for Ashe, a lefty, to be facing Ramos, the right-hander, with the bases loaded. Particularly the way his command has been in this inning. And who knows? Although Ashe has struck out 3 times tonight, he's 1 for 4.
But he has been the hottest hitter of late.
So Revere's over at third. He's the guy that matters. The bases are loaded. 2 down here in the bottom of the 10th. A little anxious after the changeup. Ground ball towards second. Solano has it, and the Phillies leave it loaded here in the bottom of the 10th inning. So we are going to the 11th. No runs, 1 hit, 3 men left. On to the 11th inning here in Philadelphia, with the ball game tied at 3. In his 7th ball game in a Phil's uniform, Giles will face Giancarlo Stanton, Casey McGee, and Marcell Ozuna as we go to the 11th inning. Phillies bullpen so far has gone 3 scoreless innings. Diekman, Papelbon, Bastardo. They have struck out 4 so far. So as Giles finishes up his warm-up tosses. Well, Jake Diekman's already reached 100 miles an hour here tonight. Let's see if Kenny Giles can do the same here. His slider has been really eye-opening in so many levels.
Well, the fact that they said that he was having a hard time in the minor leagues early controlling his slider and throwing it for strikes, and it's just been inconsistent with it. But he's come up here, and it seems like every time Chooch seems like he wants to call a slider, he usually calls it after a fastball if he's missing high in the zone. He's making the adjustment, throwing some nice sliders.
Well, he'll face Giancarlo Stanton. Stanton homered back in the 4th, singled in the 6th, walked in the 8th. First pitch is a fastball upstairs at 99 miles an hour, and it's 1-0. Outside. Now 3 balls and no strikes to Stanton. Relievers must be loose tonight. Diekman threw 100. Giles has thrown these last few pitches at 99. The 3-1 pitch. Fouled it back. It's 3-2. Hollins is warming up in the bullpen for the Phillies. After the 100-mile-an-hour fastball, he throws the slider, and Stanton fouls it back.
Not very often do you see a lefty and a righty out of the bullpen throw 100.
Miles an hour again.
Maybe Norm Charlton and Rob Dibble.
That's what I was thinking. That could be the last lefty. We might be missing somebody, but I think you're right. I think that could be the last lefty-righty combo.
And they're both in the book.
You got both of them.
Struck out twice.
3 balls and 2 strikes to Stanton. And there's ball 4. Give Stanton credit. He fought off and fouled off some tough pitches. Stanton has stolen 7 bases this year. He's 7 for 7. Nine pitch at bat for Stanton. Fly ball right center field. Marlon Byrd toward the track has it for the first out here in the 11th inning. And Marcell Ozuna will be the batter. Ozuna will be followed by Garrett Jones. You wonder if that's why Mario Hollins is up in the bullpen to put a lefty on a lefty. Steve Cishek is warming in the bullpen. Here's Mario.
Got to throw over to first base here just to keep him honest. Last two pitches he's timed him a little bit, and he's give the fake a little bit, but
a little low, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Chopper over to third, a foul ball, and it's 2-1. That's a big old mitt for a little guy. These guys are geared up for this fastball. That one was at 97 miles an hour. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. A reminder, the Phillies post-game live is coming up immediately after this ball game. Get you ready for the 4-game series with the Braves. It's 2-2 to Ozuna. And the pitch. Hit toward third. Picked up by Ashe. There's one, and in time to get Ozuna. 5-4-3 around the horn. Double play. And the side is retired. Mike Redmond's coming out. So the umpires have not asked for the Phillies to hold the defense. Now they're asking. Brian Gorman's telling everybody to come on back. And Redmond's going to go out and chat with Tony Randazzo, the first base umpire. From our vantage point, it looked like he was out, and Mike Redmond was just told he was. Stanton came after Utley, but he got rid of it in time, and yeah, he's out. So the side is indeed retired. That double play gives the Phils a chance at the bottom of the 11th inning. All tied up at 3. 11th inning against A.J. Ramos, who will stay in the ball game. It'll be Ruiz, Dominic Brown, and then a pinch hitter for Ken Giles. As we are even at 3 here in the home 11th. Carlos Ruiz just asked for A.J. Ramos to get a new baseball. And Brian Gorman has obliged. Carlos has an RBI and a sac fly. That was back in the 4th. He's 0 for 3 in the ball game. First pitch is outside, and it's 1 ball and no strikes. Carlos chops it toward third, a foul ball. Third baseman Casey McGee is hugging the line.
It's almost in foul territory.
He's really close. So that does leave the shortstop hole open, even though Lucas is a step over. Phillies did get the leadoff batter aboard in the last inning, but didn't score. Oh man, it hit him right in the back of the helmet. Carlos has been hit by a pitch 9 times this year. Sean Ficasny trotting up the first base line with them. Ryan Sandberg came out as well, and looks like Ruiz is okay.
Curveball that doesn't curve, it just spins and
just turned his head at the last moment.
Hit him like in the ear.
Yeah.
Ooh. Just right there's when he turned. Oh.
Right on the ear flat. Take a listen. So he's at first. Dominic Brown is the batter. Dominic's 1 for 2. Back over our heads. It's not often that a foul ball goes up over our heads. Balls, 2 strikes to Dominic Brown. Fouls the 91-mile-an-hour fastball back. Just barely got a piece of it. Deep but foul down the right field line. And it remains 0-2. Just out front.
I think he just bought himself an off-speed pitch.
I think so. He's got to get that runner over to scoring position. It's no balls and 2 strikes. Carlos has maybe a 2-step lead off the first base bag. Stays alive as he fouls the breaking ball off. Phillies are 5-4 in extra inning ball games, trying to win their 6th. They've gotten the leadoff batter aboard in the last 2 innings. They had the bases loaded in the last inning. 0-2 to Dominic Brown. And the pitch. Inside 1-2. Wasn't biting that time. Mike Redmond chooses to go to Ramos again here in this inning. Ground ball foul. Dominic just staying alive. He got a changeup. Spoiling some pitches here. Brown is ready, so is Ramos. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the pitch. Fastball swung on it, missed, and there's 1 away. And Ronnie Cedeno will be used as a pinch hitter here. The Phillies are down to Cedeno and Cameron Rupp. Cedeno, a .261 batter as a pinch hitter. He has 3 lifetime pinch hit home runs. That at bat by Dominic Brown was a 9-pitch at bat. So Kenny Giles throws a scoreless inning for the Phils. He pitched a scoreless 11th. So Daniel pinch hitting for Giles. Mario Hollins if we go to the 12th. Hatcher's the right-hander up in the bullpen for the Marlins. Phillies will welcome in the Braves to begin a 4-game series tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Marlins go home to play the A's. Chopper left side. McGee goes to second. They get 1, and they won't turn the double play. So the force out at second. Ruiz is retired. Back to the top of the order for Ben Revere, who is 3 for 5 in this game. Cassie just chatted momentarily with Carlos Ruiz. We got a hit in the ear flap with a pitch. Here's Ben Revere. He takes a strike. It's 0-1. Saltamacchi able to block that one. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Ronnie Cedeno is not the quickest runner over at first base. 3-1 to Revere. Rollins on deck. All right, I asked you before about 2-0. What about 3-1 taking a strike? If you're Ben Revere.
If you're a leadoff hitter, yes, you're taking this pitch because the next pitch is going to be 3-2. Runner in motion. Here, he's probably going to swing.
It's a good thing he didn't. That wasn't an easy pitch to take a hack at right there.
A nasty cutter.
The runner will be off. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Garrett Jones will play back behind him. So Ronnie Cedeno will get a good jump on this pitch.
3-2, man on first. This is where your outfielders should back up some. But they're not.
There goes the runner. Pitch is in the dirt. Ball 4. So the winning run is at scoring position. And Jimmy Rollins, who has a flair for these kind of moments, will be the hitter for the Phillies. All right, we mentioned it before. All 3 outfielders have plus arms. The corner guys, Ozuna and Stanton, have the best arms. Marisnik, the center fielder, he's pretty deep. And now Redmond is going to bring out the lineup card. And I believe he's going to take Ramos out and bring Hatcher in. He's also going to bring in Dietrich. And Dietrich is going to come on to play second, and Solano is going to go over to play shortstop. So Ed Lucas is going to come in, get a new glove, and he's going to go to the outfield. So we've got multiple changes here in Philadelphia. We'll tell you about it when we get back. With runners on first and second and 2 outs will be the new pitcher, his 15th ball game. No wins, no losses, an ERA of 3.38. He does have 20 strikeouts in 16 innings. Derek Dietrich comes on to play second base for the Marlins. And moving from second base to shortstop is Donovan Solano. And moving from shortstop to the outfield is Ed Lucas. Now Lucas is a fine player and has a strong arm. We've seen it at shortstop, but he doesn't have Marcell Ozuna's arm out in left field. So it's an advantage for the Phillies, at least from that standpoint, if there is a ball hit that way.
Yeah, and usually you don't double switch, or I guess you shouldn't say usually. I mean, you kind of want to keep your best outfielders with the strongest arm, especially in the extra inning, but they figure that they got to do a double switch somewhere, and he was the right guy to pick.
So here's Rollins with runners on first and second. The winning run is at second base with 2 outs here in the 11th. And the pitch from Hatcher inside, blocked by Saltalamacchia. And it's 1-0. Rollins tonight has walked He's reached on an error. He's 0 for 4 overall. Now the 1-0 pitch in there for strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Stanton is shallow in right field. Risnick did come in a little bit in center field. I think he can score Cedeno on balls to center and left. I don't know about right, the way he's playing. That's outside. Saltalamacchia almost boxed that one. It was sinking pretty good. He backhanded it. And now 2-1. On deck. Three balls, 1 strike. The pitch fouled away. It's 3-2. So the runners will be off on this one. Phillies have had chances. They've had chances in the last couple of innings. Tom Kohler, the starter for the Marlins, went the first 7. Excuse me, the first 6. Bullpen since the 7th for the Marlins. Runners lead off. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. They go. Pitch is popped up. Shallow center field. Solano, the shortstop, is out there. And he makes the catch, and we will go to the 12th inning. No runs, no hits, 2 men left. Phillies have left 5 in the last 2 innings. We'll go to the 12th inning in a 3-3 game. Marlins, who's had a fantastic 2014. In fact, it's been a record-setting 2014. Overall, he's 1-1 with an earned run average of 2.28. He's thrown 27 2/3 innings in 30 games so far. He owns the Phillies franchise record for most consecutive scoreless appearances by a rookie reliever with 17. Previous record was 14. B.J. Rosenberg had a piece of that. Garrett Jones will be the first batter up for the Marlins. It'll be Jones, Saltalamacchia, and Donovan Solano. Derek Dietrich will be batting 4th. That's the pitcher spot. And the first pitch is over, 0-1.
Everybody in. Who's not agree to it?
Broke his bat, ground ball out to shortstop. Rollins gathers it. Jones is retired, one away here in the 12th. And Jared Saltalamacchia will be the hitter. I don't know if you know this or not, but there's somebody in our seats that we're sitting in tomorrow. They weren't there earlier, but they're now. They're there now. We're gonna
probably ask Murph to go politely ask them.
There they are. Maybe she's knitting us something. Knitting us something to drop off tomorrow. Saltalamacchia homered earlier in the game. He takes strike one. It's 0-1.
Draft still going on, or is it over?
That's a good question. A one-hopper diving stop. Ashe gets to his feet, flips it to first in time. What a play by Cody Ashe. He just saved an extra base hit. 2 outs here in the 12th. Boy, he made a great throw, too.
Yeah, he did. And using the situation, guys are playing right on the line, so the ball can't get by you. But he's a one-step and a dive and makes a great play. Gets up. And as Chooch would say, no panic. Gets up and throws it straight to first base. Look at that.
I think third basemen live for those kind of plays, but they're not easy to make. That was a great one right there by Cody Ashe. 2 outs. Donovan Solano's the hitter here in the top of the 12th. Solano is 0 for 4. He's grounded out twice, flied out, and struck out. And he spins that one to right side into right field, a base hit. And that'll bring Derek Dietrich up.
It's interesting to see how certain managers guard the line and don't guard the line. McGee was almost standing in foul territory. Saltalamacchia's got good power, and he's usually a pull hitter from the right side.
Calling card over to first. Solano's back. Dietrich on the year hitting .240 with 5 home runs, 17 runs batted in. He's played second base a couple times in this series already. First 3 games, I should say. Over toward first. Ryan Howard will take it in fair territory. Apply the tag. Side is retired. Well, this is innings all about Cody Ashe's play over at third. It was a whopper of a defensive play. We'll go to the bottom of the 12th. Brought to you by Cure Auto Insurance. We have a lot to talk about for tonight's ball game because we are moving to the bottom of the 12th inning. No, the Phillies don't have Reed Brignac as a potential hero. He has been a hero a couple times for the Phils this year. He's on the DL with a high ankle sprain, but they do have Utley, Howard, and Bird to face Chris Hatcher here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Utley has 2 walk-off home runs in his career. 1 in 05, 1 in 06. He was looking for it right there. He fouled it away. It's 0-1. He got a pretty good pitch to hit, too. We're here any longer, we're going to get the NHL draft also with the NBA draft. No balls and 1 strike to Utley. Ground ball toward first. Garrett Jones has it. 1 away. The way Utley reacted, I thought that ball hit him in the foot. Justin DeFreitas is in the bullpen warming up for the Phils. Ryan Howard has 2 hits tonight, both infield hits. 1 ball, no strikes. Toward left center field. On the run is Marisnik out toward the alleyway. He tracks it down and makes the catch just shy of the 387 sign. And there are 2 outs. He covered a lot of ground to track that ball down.
One thing about Marisnik in center field is Ryan takes a nice swing in the split finger fastball. Puts it off just a little bit out towards the end of the bat. Marisnik, he plays very deep in the outfield. And basically runs those baseballs down very easily. He caught one on Jimmy Rollins earlier when Jimmy was kind of shocked that he caught it.
Well, Marlon Byrd now the batter. Marlon is 0 for 4. He was intentionally walked his last time. And a liner toward left center field. That'll drop for a base hit. Lucas will take it on a hop. Marlon Byrd's aboard, so the winning run is on base here in the bottom of the 12th inning. And Cody Ashley will hit. Marlins are down to Jacob Turner and Steve Cishek in their bullpen. Cody Ashley singled back in the 4th. He was struck out 3 times, grounded out his last time up with the bases loaded. That was in the 10th. Ball, no strikes to Ashe. Outside 2-0. Trying to get the runner in scoring position. They've had the winning run in scoring position the last 2 innings.
And that's backfired, so let's leave him at first base and hit a gapper.
Well, good speed with Marlon Byrd over at first. West Coast games are all in the 4th inning. Milwaukee, Colorado's in the 7th. Ashley rips it through the hole on the right side, of base hit. Bird will stop at second. Stanton comes up ready to throw. And there are runners on first and second with 2 men down. Carlos Ruiz is the scheduled hitter for the Phils. Again with a chance for the Phils to win it, this time here in the 12th. Carlos hit in the ear flap. Phillies are 2 for 11 with runners in scoring position. They've left 11 so far. Marlon Byrd's at second, Ashe's at first, and Ruiz sacrifice fly earlier in the game. 0 for 3. And the first pitch to him. Fastball in there, 0-1. Lucas is deep in left. Marisnick a step over toward right center, in center. And the 0-1 pitch. And it's now 0-2 to Ruiz. The 0-2 pitch. He fouls it away. He got another fastball. Hatcher got it up to 97 miles an hour. Carlos takes outside, a cutter. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dominic Brown is on deck for the Phils. This game a little more than 4 hours old. And the 1-2 pitch coming to Ruiz. Out of the way again to the right. Stanton just moved in a step in right field. Same with Marisnick in center. Bird took a peek just to see. The count is 1 ball and 2 strikes to Ruiz with a winning run at second base. And a chopper over the mound. Charging is Dietrich. He's got it. And he throws to first in time. And the side is retired. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left. Lucky number 13 is up next, with the Phils and the Marlins tied at 3. Phillies bullpen has been very good here tonight, as they have been for the entire month of June. They have 5 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. Now they'll hand the baseball over to Justin DeFreitas, who's on to pitch the 13th inning. He'll take over for Mario Hollins. And DeFreitas will face Marisnick, Ed Lucas, Giancarlo Stanton. Those are the scheduled hitters for the Marlins. The Marlins are down to their backup catcher, Jeff Mathis. The Phillies are down to their backup catcher, Cameron Rupp. That's it offensively. Meanwhile, bullpen-wise, the Phillies are down to B.J. Rosenberg after Justin DeFreitas. And the Marlins are down to Jacob Turner and Steve Cishek. So here's DeFreitas against Marisnick. Swing and a miss at a slider. It's 0-1. Marisnick has 1 hit tonight in 5 at-bats. And he's 1 for 18 in the series. Back-to-back sliders, 0-2.
That's the pitch he's had a really good command since he's been back. Went down to the AAA and worked on getting back on top and being consistent with that pitch. And it's really been his bread and butter since he's been back.
Swing and a miss. 1 out here in the 13th.
Last 3 the sliders he threw here, especially this last one. That's that tight rotation, hard to pick up. All 3 in the exact same position, almost in the exact same spot.
Well, now Lucas, who's 1 for 5 tonight. Inside, 1-0. Freitas is a career best 14-inning scoreless streak since he's arrived back from Lehigh Valley. Came back from Lehigh Valley on the 25th of May. So he's a month into his stay back in the big leagues. Just off the outside corner, and it's 2-1. This is the 4th time this month the Miami Marlins are playing into the 13th inning. Phillies, meanwhile, are playing into the 13th inning for the 4th time since May 30th. So they're pretty close.
Close enough.
Yeah. Over toward third, a foul ball. Brett Butler.
That real fun series we had against the Mets.
Yeah, all those long games that didn't result in any W's. 2-2 to Ed Lucas. Look out. Oof. That'll wake you up.
Put you to sleep
very quickly. Off the end of the bat, out towards shallow right field. Utley gives way to Bird, and there are 2 outs. And here comes Stanton. I think Stanton's going to get a healthy dose of that slider from Justin DeFreitas.
The last time DeFreitas faced Stanton, he hit him right square in the
That's right.
backside.
Yep. First game, Stanton was hit twice, including once by DeFreitas in the 8th inning. Don't forget about the sliders. We'll start him off with a fastball. No balls, 1 strike. Cishek's up again in the bullpen for the Marlins. He's warmed up a few times. Fly ball left field, not deep. Dominic Brown comes running in and makes the catch. DeFreitas, a scoreless 13th inning. That's 6 scoreless innings for the Phillies bullpen. Now it's time for the bottom of the 13th inning. Stanton's not happy. Dominic Brown, though, will lead it off. Marcelo Zunas, it's partly the reason. Solo home run gave the Marlins a 1-run lead against Cole Hamels in the 7th inning. And the Phillies, well, they came back and tied it. A ground ball by Jimmy Rollins, mishandled by Jeff Baker over at first base, allowed Dominic Brown to score. And we were all even at 3 at that point. That was back in the 7th. So here we are, bottom of the 13th inning. Chris Hatcher against Dominic Brown. Dominic Brown came on to pinch hit for John Mayberry in the 7th, and he singled. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it away. It's 0-1. He's 1 for 3. He's popped out to the catcher. He's struck out. No balls, 1 strike.
Hang this split finger.
Inside, 2-2. Well, he's all set up to hang this split finger.
Hang a fastball, hang a slider.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Brown. And he's down on strikes. That was a hanging splitter. And there's one away here in the 13th, and Justin DeFreitas will bat. Justin has not had a major league AB.
Hang him a fastball. Let's see what he got. Think he's allowed to swing?
Maybe not until he gets a strike. Well, maybe he's allowed to swing. No balls and 1 strike to DeFreitas. He looked pretty confident on that swing.
Just a little late. But he's starting now.
He thought that was pretty fast. No balls and 2 strikes. Well, Justin DeFreitas took 2 healthy cuts. But there are 2 outs now for Ben Revere. Ben Revere has 3 hits tonight. He walked his last time up. He's been on base 4 times. Chopper over to shortstop. It's a big hop for Solano. So we're through 13 innings here at Citizens Bank Park. Fireworks are going to happen after this ball game, but the Phillies need a little fireworks of their own before we get to it. First, though, the top of the 14th when we return. Tied at 3. They've been tied since the Phillies tied it in the 7th. Justin DeFreitas will go to work here in the 14th. They'll face Casey McGee. Marcell Ozuna has been out of this ball game, so it'll be a pinch hitter, or they'll have Hatcher, the pitcher, bat. He is in the on-deck circle. And then Garrett Jones. So 4, 5, and 6. Chopper over to shortstop. Rollins to his left. He's got it near the second base bank. Throws over to first. One away. Phillies have played a 14-inning game twice this year against the Mets, as Matt alluded to earlier. And it will be Hatcher, so he's going to keep on pitching. Hatcher is a career 0 for 7 batter. Down and away, 1 ball, no strikes. First at bat since 2012.
They should make a rule like after 14 innings, 13 innings, re-entry rule. Just like the All-Star game.
Like high school or American Legion?
Or the All-Star game, you can have a re-entry rule for utility players.
That's right. 2-0 pitch. That's in there. 2-1. Gentleman behind home plate saw that a little differently than Brian Gorman did. 3-1 pitch. Chris Cashman, who has the walkie-talkie, who's throwing up the radar up on the board here at Citizens Bank Park, has that gentleman sitting next to him. Now the 3-2 pitch. In the air to left field. Dominic Brown. Well, there are 2 outs. Freitas is probably thinking, well, he put a better swing on that than I did. Actually, Freitas' swings were better. He just made contact.
The only problem is Freitas was almost hitting Saltalamacchia, throwing the ball back to the pitcher when he started.
Garrett Jones is 0 for 2. He came on as a pinch hitter earlier.
Over 400 pitches thrown in this game.
How's your arm feel?
Find out Saturday.
Swing and a miss, 0-2. You're going to throw from the mound on Saturday?
Top of the mound. And not on my shoes. I'm going to put 1 spike on.
Are you really?
Traction. I'm not. Depends on who's catching.
It's going to be the Fanatic.
I'm hosing it.
No balls and 2 strikes to Garrett Jones. And the pitch from DeFreitas. In the dirt. And it's 1-2. You should put the GoPro camera on your head while you're out there. Get a view from the mound as you're firing it in there. Down the left field line. Dominic Brown's not going to get to this one. It's a 1 hop off the wall. Jones on his way to second. The throw by Brown is not in time. Well, that is only the second hit for the Marlins in extra innings. It's only the 3rd allowed by the Phillies bullpen. And Saltalamacchia will be the batter.
Just a change up in the zone. It wasn't that bad of a pitch. It was up in the zone, but it was off the plate. And Jones has a long reach and drove it to left field.
All right, would you walk Saltalamacchia here to face Solano?
Well, the thing is, DeFreitas has good numbers versus left-handers. So, yeah, you can go ahead and throw maybe the first 2 pitches, the sliders down, and then see if he'll chase. If not, then go ahead and put him on. Or you can put him on right away. They're going to go after him.
Saltalamacchia does have a home run tonight from the right side of the plate. That was back in the 3rd. So he's playing the pull on the right side, and he pulls it. And it's 0-1.
Well, that slider wasn't where it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be down.
Now they're going to walk him intentionally. So that'll put runners on first and second with 2 outs here in the 14th inning. Donovan Solano, the on-deck batter. Is who DeFreitas will face. Solano's in the 8 hole. And Derek Dietrich is after him. This may come back and bite the Phillies in the rear end, but I think that's the right move, just because Solano, who does make contact, is not the hitter that Saltalamacchia is. On the Toyota Major League Scoreboard, boy, we've talked about no hitters a lot this year. Adam Wainwright has a no hitter through 5 for the Cardinals. It's a scoreless game. Solano singled his last time up through the hole on the right side. And he rips one. Caught by Cody Ashe over third. High in the air. His reactions were right on note. And the side is retired here in the 14th. That'll wake everybody up. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men left, and another very good defensive play by Cody Ashe. Inning, and the Phillies trying to win it again. Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley, Ryan Howard. Those are the scheduled hitters. B.J. Rosenberg is starting to throw in the bullpen for the Phils. He's the last reliever out there. Just saw Cody Ashley in the dugout. He's made 2 really good plays defensively. I don't know which one. Well, the dive down the third base line is the harder of the 2, but you still got to be able to have the ups to get that one that Solano just rips down the third base line. Look at Justin. Hey man, that's how I had it planned. I appreciate you being there. Cody Ashley playing some Gold Glove defense here tonight. It is rally hat time. Tony Gwynn, Ronnie Cedeno, they've bought in. Rollins shows bunt, 1 ball, no strikes. Just trying to get on and give the Phils another chance. They've had chances in extra innings. One ball, no strikes. It may have been ball 2. It was up a little bit, 1-1. Down the left field line. Slicing foul. Phillies bullpen tonight, 7 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 4 walks. Marlins bullpen has been almost as good, but they have allowed 1 run. That was in the 7th. Now the 1-2 pitch. Fights it off, stays 1-2. Crowd's waking up a little bit here, man. Foul ball that somebody caught. Cody Ashley's line drive. They were doing Frozen karaoke up on the Fanavision a couple innings ago. Two balls and 2 strikes. Almost came back into the strike zone. That split. His split has been up a couple of times in these last couple of innings. Utley's on deck. The count is 3-2. Rollins punches it toward the middle. Sliding stop by Dietrich. He's not going to get it there in time. The leadoff batter is aboard in the 14th inning. It's the 3rd time in extra innings the Phillies have had the leadoff batter aboard.
Well, now we're back to decision time. Got to make some nice play up the middle. You can't get the speedy Jimmy Rollins going down the bases, though.
I think you allow him to hit away here.
Yep.
If you weren't going to do it earlier, I don't know if you do it if you haven't bunt here.
Absolutely right. You watch a square and bunt.
Well, I thought he might in the 10th. With runners on first and second, just to get that runner over to third with less than 2 outs. There is a hair of an opportunity where Rollins could go first to third on a ball to right field because Stanton is a little deeper than usual. Marisnick is really deep in center. Rollins inches off first. That was close. He's got that's the length of his lead right there. 2 balls and actually no balls, no strikes as the pitch is fouled away. Utley now 0-1. There's Rosenberg. Boy, these foul balls are really entertaining everybody.
Well, since we got some downtime, congratulations to Team USA for advancing the World Cup, going to the next round. Even though they lost, they still get a win.
Tuesday against Belgium.
Yep.
Balls and 1 strike to Chase Utley. In the air to right field. Way back there. Stanton's going back. It is all over. A 2-run 14th inning home run for Chase Utley. Walks this baby off. The Phillies win it 5-3.